one of the founding fathers of ICT reporting in Nigeria, my Oga in the industry, I mean, someone that made all of us to love, tech reporting and encouraging us and mentoring us to be who we are today in the sector. I was sharing at forum yesterday. I said, this guy in some countries around the world, he should be an advisor to the government. Let's welcome Mr. Aaron Ukudie in the house. Aaron, take a bow. Aaron, please, come to the front. He's the chief reporter of eWorld magazine. He's the youngest reporter there. One more time, let's give my senior colleague a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Aaron, for coming. We call him ancestor. Permit me to also recognize the presence of all the media, men and women. Okay, men, yeah, we are gentlemen of the press, so yeah. All of the tech reporters that are here today, I like to, on behalf of the organizers, celebrate you for coming to support one of your own. Let's appreciate all the media personalities here with a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, having done that brief introduction, like I said, please help me when we have more of our guests coming. At this point, I'd like to indulge us to please stand up for the national anthem of our great country. The national anthem, please. Okay. Do we have it played there, or should we sing it? I pledge to Nigeria my God. Glory. So help me God. Thank you. Please be seated. A lot of us were wondering why I said we should say the pledge. It helps you to be more patriotic, isn't it? Okay. Thank you. The theme of this event is embracing change and digital transformation in the new normal. And any moment from now, I'll be inviting for his opening remarks the editor of chekeconomy.com. But just before then, I have just walking in. I really don't need anybody to ask me to recognize him. Just seeing him, I know a gentleman who I've known for many years, one-time Director of Public Affairs of the Nigerian Communications Commission, who brought, he brought panache to that DPA's office, and was quite, that office was really quite vibrant and engaging. He's currently the president of Africa ICT Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst Mr. Tony Ojobo. Please, no, that's not how you're going to clap for him. Give him a better round of applause. Thank you. Thank you indeed. All right, I've just been told that, yes, I introduced him earlier, but right here with us now, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, who is ably represented by the Director of Spectrum Administration, Dr. O.Y. Asaju, is here with us. Please take a bow, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Hi, Sabuja, sir. Thank you indeed. All right. Well, my name is Don Pedro Agambi. I'm a reporter with Tech TV. And it's my pleasure now to welcome, for his opening remarks, the editor of techeconomy.com, Mr. Peter Oruka. Let's give him a big round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, the MC. Thank you, Mr. Don Pedro. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for keeping us this long before kicking off. It was never our plan to start this late, and I want to appreciate you for your patience. The Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Garba Dambata, here represented by the Director of Spectrum Administration, Dr. Sajo, the Director General of NITDA, Malam Kashif Inowa Abdullahi, represented by the Director in the Ministry, in the agency, the MD of Galaxy Backbone, represented by Head of Data Center Timi Fadei, the Managing Director, Cloudflex, the President of African ICT Foundation, our keynote speaker, who is close by, just a few minutes to join us, Presidents of Industry Associations, Artin, Artcon, Nigeria Computer Society, ISPON, Innovation Bed, Africa, NIRA, government functionaries, captains of industry, startups, entrepreneurs, our speakers, media partners, and colleagues, gentlemen of the press, distinguished participants, both online and on-site. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you on behalf of the team to this very forum, which is tagged Embracing Change and Digital Transformation in the New Normal. You know, in the seeming blink of an eye, everything changed, everything about us changed during the pandemic. How we shopped, how we worked, how we got our Medicare, how we engaged government agencies, everything changed. For the first time that we saw the Federal Executive Council in Nigeria going digital, and that was made possible by the combination of agencies under the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, piloted by Galaxy Backbone. And we saw the world literally shut down and everything was forced to adapt. In fact, everything about the society was affected, and many things, still affected today. The pandemic also rocked many of the core tenets of digital transformation. But with a first change of this magnitude, we witnessed the impossible become possible. For instance, projects that were taking many years to accomplish, or weeks, were done in a matter of hours because we went digital. Business models that were dependent on being in person, successfully pivoted to being delivered digitally. So on this note, I want to welcome you to African Tech Alliance Forum for this year, as we compare notes on how to rev up our digital transformation and ensure that customer satisfaction results and accelerated through the offering of barrier-breaking service delivery. I wish to extend my deep appreciation to our platinum sponsors, Zoho Corporation, our diamond and gold sponsors, including Rack Center, Cloudflex, Digital Encode, New Wave Ecosystem, Medellin Communications, Xenochrome, and our media partners, why we cannot mention each of you, why I cannot mention each of you by name, want to say thank you for working with us. I am delighted to welcome all the distinguished participants to this occasion. Thank you, and sit back, enjoy yourself as we are going to have different presentations, the keynotes, and impactful and insightful presentation from different speakers today. So thank you for coming.
Please, one more time, let's appreciate Peter. Okay. What we'll do also is that we have a lot of our speakers who are online. So once they are online, if it's possible for us, to recognize them and see them, just wave to us online. I'm told the representative of the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who is represented by Dr. Usman Gambo Abdullahi, is online. So very soon we will have him, talk to us. Let me appreciate all the media partners that have done a very, very good job in ensuring that this event is successful. I'd like to acknowledge Communications Week, TechNext NG, IT Pulse, and of course, IT News, Tech Butte, Grassroots, IT Rams, Rave News Online, Rave TV, Business Metrics, and Tech and Business News. Thank you all for supporting this event today. We truly are grateful to you. All right, it's time for some goodwill messages. And to kickstart the goodwill message today, my eyes are scanning through the hall. And so first, I'd like to invite the president of the African ICT Foundation, Mr. Tony Ojobo, for his goodwill message. Let's give him a big round of applause, please, as he comes.
Good morning, all. I count it indeed a privilege to be standing here this morning. I want to appreciate the organizers, Peter and the team, for this opportunity. We're looking at embracing change and digital transformation and the new normal. Change, of course, is inevitable. And of course, the world is changing, facing challenges today. So this topic wouldn't have come at a more opportune time than now. Because we're witnessing changes in interpersonal relationships, HR dynamics. The world is embracing more of man-to-machine and machine-to-machine communications. And of course, this has implications for HR professionals, for jobs, for mental health, for interpersonal relationships. So the world has changed. COVID-19 caught the world unprepared. Things will never be the same again. The world as we knew it before has changed. The new normal behavior such as social distancing, vaccination, PCR, face mask use, booster shots, hand washing, hand sanitization, etc., have become the new normal. The following have been affected as well: education, news gathering and reporting, work culture, organizational behavior, management functions, marketing, public relations, commerce, agriculture, tourism and travels, aviation, sports, business models and strategies, they have all changed. There are two things that changed the world. The one, COVID-19, and two, the 9/11 that took place in the US about 20 years ago. So this program really is coming at a very good time to look at all of the issues: environment, technology, productivity, the HR functions, talent hunting, and all of that. Even the way we work has changed. In Lagos, for instance, now a whole lot of people work from home. And so that has implication for also for the staff. A good number of staff like it because, I mean, it's a cutting cost. Instead of waking up 3 a.m. to get to the office by 8, they work from home. They can wake up by 6. So a whole lot of things have changed. But there are three critical areas of digital transformation, which starts from digitization to digitalization, then to digital transformation. So these are the key areas, and I believe that the resource persons are going to look at all of these areas. But of course, I need to point out a few things that I think will be critical. One will be the enabling laws. We need enabling laws that will help with the digital transformation. And of course, I know NIDA is working on some bill at the moment, but of course, there's been a bit of controversy about that bill. And of course, the National Communication Act also is critical for this. There is need to establish policies, frameworks, guidelines. I know that NIDA, for instance, has what they call the frameworks or guidelines for ICT adoption in tertiary institutions. So there will be a need to have such guidelines for other organizations. So, but of course, a critical note there is in digital transformation is that a whole lot of people are still largely behind. Digital inclusion is critical for digital transformation. Current statistics indicate that we have 189.3 million active lines today, with tele-density of 99.18. Broadband penetration stands at 78.2 million. Broadband penetration is 41%. It was 45 in September 2020, but because of NIN, it came down to 41%. The internet subscription in Nigeria is 140.2 million, with mobile internet at 139.8 million. These are numbers. But of course, the point is that to translate these numbers into digital transformation activities will require that everyone is taken along. Most of these numbers are in the cities. One of the things COVID showed us was that there's a huge digital divide between the people in the city and the people that are in the rural communities. So when we are talking about digital transformation, for who? Is it for the elite or is it for all? But I think that digital transformation should be for all. Now, during COVID-19, at the peak of it, students in the cities, elite schools, their children were still having classes online. But those of them in the rural communities had no access whatsoever. For one whole year, people were out of school. So if you want to transform a society digitally, then everybody has to be taken along. And so that's where the issue of the policy direction is very, very critical. So what are the digital divide challenges that need to be addressed if we have to really get everybody into digital transformation? Lack of access in rural communities, which fuels this divide, has to be breached. And of course, the NCC, they are here, and I'm sure they're able to tell us about what the Commission is doing in this regard. There's also the inability to afford devices, computers, smartphones, and the internet by a huge population of people that are in the rural communities. There's a study that took place sometime in November 2020 by a statista, and they said the number of Africans with computer access is just 7.7%. So if you have 7.7% of Africans that have access to computers, then how do you transform the continent digitally? It's a huge challenge. So there's a whole lot of work to be done. COVID-19 put 826 million children out of school in sub-Saharan Africa in 2020. 820 million of children were out of school. Because they had no access to online education. So they were out of school completely. About 1.5 billion students globally were unable to have access to online education during the pandemic in 2020. 1.5 billion. 63 million primary and secondary school teachers were unable to teach during the same period. So that is a huge challenge. So how do we address this digital divide? One, we create awareness. People need to be aware that the capabilities of ICT and what it can do. Two, access. There has to be access for all. Three, it has to be available. Availability is key. Four, affordability is key. Then five, adoption. Now, recently, the Nigerian Immigration Services adopted what they call e-registration management system. That's where all of the activities of the immigration are done digitally. But of course, some of them are still done manually. You still have to go to the office. So we're looking at a situation where government agencies adopt top to bottom, bottom to top approach, where all processes of the organization are actually online. And I think the organizations that are actually at the forefront of digital transformation, like the NCC and NIDA, can actually show example in this regard. Why, for instance, can't we have government processes completely online, end-to-end? Why can't we have that? Why have to go to Abuja to apply for certain things for government? So when we're talking about digital transformation, one is going to curb corruption, because human interface actually encourages corruption. But when you have a situation where I can transact my businesses from my home, then of course I don't have to meet anybody to have those done, then of course you begin to have a kind of sanity within the system. So we need to adopt digital technologies. And of course, when you're talking about digital transformation, you're looking at a situation where all of the processes, all the processes of the organization are actually carried out electronically, where you digitize, translate documents into capture them online, then automate the processes, and then have the entire gamut of operations, including organizational culture, including things that has to do with the reporting lines, all of them captured. So I think those are maybe some of the things that we're going to probably listen to today from the main speakers. There's also a need to close this gap between urban and rural population, especially the schools. Now, as we speak today, a whole lot of people in the rural communities don't have access to computers. They don't have access to the internet. So it has to be face-to-face at all times. But there could be systems where we have community centers where children could go there and actually have education done. So we need to also provide low-cost devices in schools for digital learning. I know, for instance, that the universities and tertiary institutions have a role to play, because to have a digitally transformed society, you also need to have digitally transformed citizens. So in doing that, the education plays a very key role in that. So there's need for low-cost devices, and there is need to incentivize operators to take services to rural communities so that the people can have access to the internet. Adequate budgetary provision also has to be made. So this change is universal. So on a final note, because I'll probably circulate this later, let there be digital equity and digital equality. That is what is going to guarantee a digitally transformed society. Digital equality is that everyone has access to the same kind of services, the same kind of devices. Let not be a situation where only the kids who are the children of the elites have access to devices and they can do their classes from home. Now, what happens to those ones that don't have access? So there has to be digital equity and digital equality. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Tony Ojobo. One more time, let's appreciate Mr. Tony Ojobo, please, with a round of applause. President of the African ICT Foundation. All right, the president of the Association of Telecom Companies of Nigeria is online, but before we go online, let's have, on behalf of the media, Mr. Aaron Ukudie to speak on behalf of the ICT Advocacy Group. Let's welcome Mr. Aaron, please, for his goodwill message.
Okay. Good morning once again, and I recognize the existing protocol. I'm very sure when Don Pedro mentioned the digital advocacy industry, ICT industry advocacy group, some people may be wondering who are these people. The truth of the matter is that there is an association, a group of persons who have been reporting the industry, the transformation, the evolutionary part that are very able, one of the shining stars of public affairs, management, management of communication between the MDA and the publics, the various publics. Mr. Ojobo talked about. This is a group of persons that have been in the part of providing, reporting the various transformations from the very beginning up to the point that we are today. Even in journalism, in ICT media, there is also a revolutionary part, a transformatory part from those who were reporting the analog networks in those days, in the years of NITEL, to the point where the discussions, where there should be liberalization, deregulation, privatization, and from there on to digitalization, and we are talking about digital networks and this, what they are put into the use, to quick they are put. So the ICT media has also had a journey in its movement from the use. In those days, before you people came, before we started this service, I was discussing with some of my colleagues that, look, in those days, you carry your news, you get a press release, you get to the newsroom, and you want to make a call to be able to confirm from your sources whether this press release, the details of the press release that you've received, whether they are correct, whether you want to rework the press release. Sometimes you don't have a telephone to make that call. And it could take many hours, really, to be able to get the telephone to confirm a story and to write your story and get it processed. But today, the competition has changed. You want to get your story in, because if you do not get your story in on time, your story could be late. Nobody will read your story. So the dynamics in ICT reporting has actually changed. And so my duty here is just to let you know that the ICT media is also playing its part to provide a platform for advocacy, platform for letting everyone come, rally everyone to talk about where we should be, how we should go about developing this industry, and making sure that there is equity, and making sure that all the services they get to the rural areas. Everyone, all the publics, they receive these digital networks and the services that are being provided. Thank you very much. God bless you as we listen to our speakers.
Thank you, Aaron. Whilst the proceeding was going on, we had some few of our distinguished guests who came in. I'd like to recognize the presence of my good old friend, the MD of RAC Center, Dr. Yotunde Koka. Thank you for coming. It's been a while since COVID. Good to see you again. And we also have in the house the presence of a keynote speaker who just came in a while ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the country manager, Microsoft Nigeria, Ola Tumiwa Williams. Is here with us. Thank you, ma'am. Give her a Microsoft round of applause, will you? Thank you. She's the only female we've had here now among the speakers. So one more time, let's give her a big, 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 big round of applause. Thank you for coming. Okay, so let's go over right now to the president of the Association of Telecommunication Companies of Nigeria, ATCON, Engineer Ikechukwu Namani, who is online to give his goodwill message. While they are setting up, I also have the Director of Public Affairs of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Mr. Ikechukwu Adinde. Sorry? Okay, permit me. Dr. Adinde, you're welcome. Let's recognize his presence, please. I'll tell you a little story later about this. Let's have the president of ATCON now. Okay. Sorry? You're muted, sir. Hello, you're muted. Yes. You need to unmute, please. He's not? So what's happening? Okay, we seem to be having some connection issues there. Whilst you're sorting that out, let's continue from here. Let me welcome to give some remarks. The Managing Director and CEO of RAC Center, Dr. Ayotunde Koka, to give a quick remarks and to set the tone for what is about to come. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Koka. Please, every time I say put your hands together for our speakers, please clap very well. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and it's great to be here, to be out again for it's been a long time with COVID, and good to see some old faces again. A bit impromptu, but what I'd like to say is some of the emphasis of what we're seeing with the digital juggernaut that's starting to happen here through the entire sort of stack of technologies. You have underlying infrastructure. We've been doing a lot with getting digital infrastructure into place with data centers, interconnectivity, and I think we'd have heard quite a bit of that going on, broadband penetration, coming down to applications that we have, fintech, agri-tech, a tremendous innovation wave going on in the country, and fantastic to see what RAC Center and what Microsoft's been doing with the development center over here. And anecdotal evidence gives some great stuff. Perhaps we'll hear about that later on. And in so many different waves across the country. Having technologists get together here and events like this is very important, because we have a unique opportunity in Nigeria. I always talk about our geophysical location. We're blessed with a whole set of fundamentals, growing number of connectivity to the internet. It's about, 145,000, a million right now. It's more than Russia, which is the highest number in Europe. We're just about behind Brazil and on trajectory to go past them. Growing broadband penetration across the country, and a tremendous number of micro, small, medium enterprises. All the consumptive factors for technology, coupled to that, a very low median age. When I talk about the geophysical location, that's the country's own consumptive capability of technology. And we see that addition growing constantly in contribution to GDP. We sit at half the latency between South Africa and Europe and the US. And we here connect every single country on the Atlantic coast of Africa. And not just do we have the ability to be a consumptive entity for digital technology, with the innovation and capacity to innovate we have, with 3 or 4, every time you wake up you hear another unicorn in Nigeria, right? Fantastic. What a year for unicorns, go on with it. But we're able to, from Nigeria, serve technology to the whole of Africa, right? But also to South America, because you've got the South Atlantic cable system that hooks into here, you can cross into it from here, Angola to Brazil. 80 milliseconds. We're about 80 milliseconds from London. We have that latency between South Africa and Europe and to the US. What a fantastic opportunity. All the ingredients for great success in technology. And, we have a fantastic opportunity to come together and continue to drive the building of that ecosystem here, right? A recent study by Zalama Analytics shows that Africa needs around about 700 new data centers. And Nigeria actually is one of the key anchor points for data center infrastructure, and it will grow. The fundamentals are there. We've demonstrated an ability to deliver quality, not just with just one data center provider, but multiple. And undersea cables. We've got 2 Africa that's going to be landing in Nigeria. We've got Equano, which will be landing in Nigeria. And, the ingredients are just coming together. And I always make this assertion. It's anecdotal evidence. I've not done some research on everything about it, that technology as a contribution to GDP is probably going to be hitting about 18%, 20% in the next couple of years. If you look at the impact on other contributors to GDP, technology probably must be about impact 60, 70% of our GDP, and that's just locally. We're exporting intellectual capability anchored here of developers globally, earning foreign currency. Probably a lot of that invisible in terms of a balance of payments earnings, right? So there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that shows amazing contribution and the amazing potential of technology to the country and Nigeria's position in Africa. Africa Free Trade Agreement brings another benefit, because I could talk about what that means for sovereign data and so on and so forth, about the opportunities for a while. I've been asked to speak a short speech, and I hope everybody has a great day around the thinking of some of these fundamentals that I've talked about and the opportunities of exciting circumstances we're operating in and the potential going forward. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. One more time, let's give it up for Dr. Ayotunde Koka. All right, quickly, we need to move a bit faster now. I'd like to respectfully invite the nose mark. Is very important these days, isn't it? It's a new normal now. I'd like to quickly invite very respectfully the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Magaba Dampata, who is ably represented here today by the engineer Asaju to give his goodwill keynote address. Let's welcome the Executive Vice Chairman, please. Please, one more time for the Executive Vice Chairman. Give him a big round of applause. Dr. Asaju is the Director of Spectrum Administration at INCC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Koka? Please permit me to to rest on the existing protocol which has been duly established. I recognize everyone. My former director is Jobo. A lot of MDs, CEO, they are also here, and some of other CEOs. So you are all welcome. Let me also apologize on behalf of the Executive Vice Chairman of NCC, Dr. Professor Umar Dambata, for his inability to be present here. He has directed that I extend his apologies to everyone, particularly to the organizer. I'm going to read the speech as approved by the EVC. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to be invited to the gathering of intellectuals at the annual African Tech Alliance Forum to once again discuss issues that are germane to the telecommunications industry as the industry continues to transform in the face of global challenges and opportunities. I'm happy to associate myself and the Commission with the theme of the event, Embracing Challenges and Digital Transformation in the New Normal. Having said this, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to this August gathering for honoring me and the opportunity to stand before you today as special guest of honor to present this paper titled NCC as a Digital Transformation Crusader and Nigerian Inroad to 5G Deployment. Recent events globally has brought about the need for more attention to digital transformation than never before. As at the end of 2019, the COVID-19 has spread rapidly across the world, compelling many governments to impose movement restrictions on its nationalities to combat the pandemic. With these movement restrictions of individuals in almost all the countries of the world, workers, businessmen, businesswomen, students alike were required to keep their activities within the vicinity of their homes. Consequently, people's behavior, habits, and the way they interact, including the use of internet, changed significantly. At this point, almost every communication moved to the internet. People who either to do their work, study, or carry out businesses physically now do all that virtually. The significant increase in network connectivity, as just mentioned by the last speaker, the MD of RAC Center, led to a surge in traffic and consequently affecting the communication infrastructure in so many ways. According to a paper presented by Carlos da Silva and titled The Behavior of Internet Traffic for Internet Services During COVID-19 Pandemic, and I quote, "Remote has been used by establishments since 1970s, and this type of work represents only 5% of work or physical activities people engage in up to the year 2019. However, with the advent of COVID-19, companies had to change and quickly adapt to the new model of work as fast as possible, leading to abrupt traffic surge from 15% to 20% within the space of 1 week. A new model for remote work has to be put in place, enabling communication through file sharing, attending meetings using audio-visual technologies. Since then, we have been inundated with the development of web applications such as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, WebEx, Goto, Webinar, etc. Today, remote work, virtual meeting, virtual studies, and healthcare has become the new normal. I'm sure of the possibility of some individuals participating in this particular conference remotely using virtual platforms, as we attempt to do recently with the president of AfriTECH, but I'm sure he will soon join us. Even though the network infrastructure has demonstrated some capacity to contain the surge in internet traffic, a lot of work was put in place by the telecommunications regulator to boost network capacity, sensitize the public, and to ensure accessibility to avoidable connectivity during the period of the pandemic. Obviously, due to the network demand, regulators and operators alike had to come up with some form of initiatives to ensure network expansion. Globally, there have been some initiatives that have been put together in the telecommunications sector to curb the COVID-19. Some initiatives embarked upon by governments around the world include, but not limited to, the following: to support the network infrastructure expansion, to improve access to underserved and underserved areas, to release additional resources in terms of spectrum, to also fast-track the wireless spectrum license, to promote spectrum refining to accommodate new technologies, to review spectrum licensing strategy, adopting many stakeholders approach to solutions by working with all stakeholders. Others include the support towards financial inclusion, building of virtual libraries, proper and careful mapping of resources to reduce the number of unconnected. All of these are done to improve access and to get the underserved connected. Emerging technologies. Thankfully, like I mentioned earlier, there are opportunities just like we have challenges in the industry. With the emergence of technologies such as 5G, which offers enhanced mobile broadband, massive machine-to-machine communication, ultra-low and ultra-reliable latency communication, there's already a platform that will bring succor to our connectivity challenges if the requisite policy and infrastructure is put in place. Already, there are several countries across the globe, such as the USA, the UK, China, Japan, Kenya, South Africa, and South Korea, among others, that have already deployed this 5G technology. And we are already seeing excellent results in terms of latency, enhanced broadband, and massive connectivity. In addition, 5G and other disruptive technologies that are also increasingly making easier to carry out remote activities over the internet with a lot of convenience. This includes Internet of Things, cloud computing, quantum computing, blockchain, and near autonomous vehicle and autonomous vehicle itself. Now, what is the role of the Nigerian Communications Commission in all of this? Consistent with the mandate of the NCC, as drawn up in the NCA Act 2003 and other guiding legislation, we have been working to ensure the penetration of broadband services in line with the federal government target as contained in the National Broadband Policy Target 2020 to 2025. Already, we are set for the auction of some spectrum slots in the 3.5 gigahertz band. This spectrum will lead us into the deployment of the 5G across the country. Today, and I'm trying to quote the EVC, the last time he made National Assembly, he said, we are 95% ready. However, today, our readiness has moved from 95% to 97.5% ready in Nigeria in terms of our preparation towards the deployment of broadband. The committee set up by the spectrum to auction the spectrum in the Nigerian communications have finalized and has secured approval for the publication of the information memorandum, which has been published. You can make reference to the NCC website for that. In addition to this, we have to thank the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy for his effort in securing also that the 5G policy got the approval of the Federal Executive Council. So we have to give kudos to the Honorable Minister for doing that. Also, in addition, the Nigerian Communications have licensed several infraco companies. This is with the aim of extending the optic fiber cable across the unserved and underserved areas with the hope of promoting connectivity and by extension increasing the penetration and access to broadband facilities. Today, the capacity that landed in Nigeria is close to about 50.74 terabytes, comprising of 40 TB submarine cable and 10.74 satellites. We have also set up and expanded the internet exchange points capacity of 930 megabits per second for Lagos, for Abuja to Lagos route, 620 megabits per second for Abuja to Kano route, and also 310 megabits per second for Lagos to Port Harcourt route. Those are some of the efforts of the NCC. In addition, we follow up the global industry trends on the 5G, particularly all of those countries that I've mentioned earlier that have launched the 5G deployment. And consequently, the Nigerian Communications Commission is also considering some spectrum band for additional support for wireless for the 5G communication, consistent with the ITU studies. And these bands include the 26 gigahertz, the 36 gigahertz, and for the 2 gigahertz. All of this has been harmonized in the last WRC19. And consequently, we are already updating the table of national frequency allocation. NCC plans to open up the 60 gigahertz V-band. A guideline is being worked upon, which will also be published very soon. Similar to that, the 70 and 80 gigahertz band for point-to-point and point-to-point are also being developed. We realize that there's a need for us to also take advantage of all windows of opportunity that we have. And consequently, in collaboration with the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, we have developed regulatory guidelines for TV white space. And what that one we do is that we are going to use the unutilized spectrum that are specifically, traditionally designed for broadcasting. We are going to use such for broadband penetration in areas where they are not used. The NCC have secured, in addition to all of this, state-of-the-art monitoring equipment that will enable us to mitigate against interference that will give us better quality of service. Recently, we have established a space unit under the Spectrum Admission Department, and consequently, we have issued several landing permits to space stations that intend to beam their signals over the Nigerian territory, also for the promotion of broadband. And in addition to that, as we are all aware, we have opened up several emergency communication centers across the country to facilitate access during emergencies. In conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a significant surge in internet traffic, which changed the national regulatory authorities and other arms of government to do the needful to ensure adequate resources, such as spectrum and other forms of support, are provided to increase network resilience and accessibility to telecommunication. Emerging technologies such as 5G, Internet of Things, cloud computing, etc., are some of the platforms that are being used to also provide access to some of this. The NCC, in line with its mandate, has put in place a lot of other initiatives for broadband connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, NCC is set for the auction of the 3.5 gigahertz band that will lead to the deployment of 5G. The information memorandum has been published in the NCC website, and we advise everyone to just open the page and look at the content. The new normal of remote participation in meeting and the phenomenon of other virtual activities has come to live and stay with us, and we may likely live with them forever. Hence, all hands are on deck to ensure provision of requisite resources to succeed. So I thank you, and I thank everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. One more time, let's give the Executive Vice Chairman a big round of applause. Ably represented by Dr. O.Y. Ashaju, Director, Spectrum Administration at NCC. Thank you indeed, sir. Thank you. All right. Indulge me to quickly make some announcements, then we'll go to the next speaker. We have one of our guest speakers here, the Chief Technical Officer of Digital Encode, Mr. Oluseyi Akindele, is here with us. Thank you for coming. Please take a bow, sir. Thank you. All right, I'm told that we have the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, Dr. Noah Abdullahi, who is waiting for us online. He's going to be represented by Dr. Usman Gambo. Can we have him now? Whilst they are sorting that out, we have representing the president of the Nigerian Internet Registration Association of Nigeria, NIRA, Chukwemeka Agbata. Is he here? Okay. Chukwemeka Fred Agbata. If he's here, please, we may just have to take the NIRA goodwill message whilst we try to sort out the online. Okay, CFA is here. Let's give the president of NIRA a round of applause, represented by CFA. Over Afan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. My name is Chukwemeka Fred Agbata, more popularly called CFA, and I'm speaking on behalf of the president of NIRA. I sit on the NIRA board, and I wear a number of hats. I also present Tech Trends on Channels Television, and I write for The Punch, amongst many other things. And I'm also actively working with startups to help grow the digital economy. All right, if my slide is up, the president couldn't make it. He had an urgent function in Kano, and he asked me to represent him. So I'm just going to be doing what I'm asked to do in this place. And congrats to Peter and the tech economy team for putting this together. Okay, so I'll be speaking on driving digital transformation through the domain name system. Basically, everyone here knows that, you know, .ng is our national brand on the internet, right? And so we all have a duty to ensure that .ng succeeds. I make it a primary. Now, I have some other domain extensions, but every single domain extension that I buy, I always have the .ng domain extension. And I made it a point of contact that across all the things that have to do with only Nigeria, so personally, I've invested in having well over 50 .ng domain names because I believe that, you know, it's one way to support the growth of digital economy. At the end of the day, when we buy other domain names, we're not helping our currency and we're not helping our economy. Okay, please, next slide. All right, so .ng is basically the registry for the .ng domain name. I'll just get it on here and I'll try to follow my phone so that I don't we live in the digital economy now. Okay, so .ng basically is our national registry. It's our national registry, and it maintains the database of all .ng CCL TLDs. NIRA is a not-for-profit and non-governmental association. It's just self-regulating, and its stakeholders held. So everyone here is a stakeholder of NIRA, and we welcome everyone to join the association because we are not. Yes, we have a tie with governments because we have an MOU with NITSDA, but we self-regulate ourselves through an executive board and a BOT and the secretariat. Digital transformation is, I've been here and I've heard a number of our speakers share the thoughts of digital transformation. Like TC said, Tunde Koka said, this is the year of the unicorns. If you are in this space, it's been a very exciting year, because, from far back, we've been crying, we've been screaming about the industry, and it was as if it was hitting brick wall. But now, companies that were started 5 years ago, in fact, the one that shocked me this year was the company that was Mono, that was launched during the pandemic. And they closed their Series A because they are tackling very real problems. So digital transformation is now imperative. We can't escape it. And there's no going back, because COVID has shown us the reality that we need to step up our game in very many areas. And if we don't as a country, then the digital colonization would actually be worse because, we will end up, even now it's a bit scary, because at the end of the day, even the companies we celebrate, how much of our local funds are in those companies? Maybe a few, right? It's still all foreign-led, foreign-dominated, which we are thankful for. Because if those foreigners don't bring the money, we'll probably not have those companies. So we are thankful for that. But how can we now make the transformation so that we can now begin to build local resource in some of these companies? It's practical and an efficient way of doing things. I mean, I've written for Punch for the past 9 years, and I know that hardly a week goes by that I don't talk about the fact that, this corruption that we shout about is not mysterious, right? We can deal with corruption. Maybe not eradicate it 100% because corruption is everywhere, but we can drive it to the lowest, right? And all we need to do is technology. And people will say to me, but CFA, technology can be compromised. Oga Sheye is here, right? If I hack a system, there's always a footprint, right? You can track it, right? And that's why you have people like that. So it means that we know what to do, right? And then, one of the points I have here is that the results that you can get from your investment is almost predictable. And that's the beauty about, when you deal with technology. And also, it's an enabler, it's a leveler, it levels the playing field. I remember when Peter gave me the information that he wanted to go start tech economy, right? I mean, if it was those days, if not for technology, right, Peter would probably never dream of this, right? And would never be gathered here because tech economy wouldn't have been born, right? But technology and digital economy helped to make it possible. And, everybody today can learn, it's a unifier, it's a leveler, and everything. As I was coming here, I got a press release that another company called Eden Life, has also done a $2 million pre-seed. Eden is basically a company that helps to, if you need dry cleaners and laundry and all the stuff, who would have thought that 2 years ago that kind of company would be around today, raising money to solve problems, So that's just to point to the fact that digital transformation, technology that we're all experiencing is a leveler. And then finally, all skills can be learned at any level, right? Irrespective of who you are, where you are, you have the opportunity from any part of the country. You don't have to be in Lagos. You just have to be in a place where you can have access to internet. And, and the good thing is that, the internet broadband penetration keeps growing. And so we have all the indices working for us as a country. But, and that's why we need to, be much more calculative in driving this narrative and ensuring that digital transformation comes to say. I'm on the 4th slide now. Sorry, why you need a .ng domain name. .ng promotes the emergence from the clutter of social media. Social media is amazing, but if you're a business owner, then it might be wise to also own your own home on the internet so that people can, reach out to you. When we had the Facebook shutdown, businesses who would hitherto rely only on Instagram for their sales, would probably have to rethink the fact that, anything can also still happen in future, around putting all your eggs in one basket. So it's important that you also have your own home on the internet. It creates a springboard for business expansion. And having your own website with a .ng, it's a platform for unique positioning of your product. You can use this to position your products correctly. It's a platform for connecting businesses to the entire world. With a website that is your own, you can also reach out to people across the world. It showcases your skills, your product, and your dreams. And you are truly Nigerian because you use the .ng, and it helps your visibility to continue to grow. So part of my work this morning is to encourage everyone to think .ng. .ng is our national brand. Each time we spend money on other variations of domains, we are also, we're not also helping. Now, I know that, it's not in all cases that you might, have .ng, but what we're trying to do is that we're encouraging small businesses, particularly those, if you are a business, so for example, punchng.com has been there for like 20 years or thereabouts, right? It may be difficult to get Punch to switch to that, right? But we're looking at, okay, so how many more millions of small businesses do we have? And so our goal is to try and get more small businesses to think.ng since they're just coming online. And so we're encouraging every single person here to get a .ng. And the last slide simply says that, getting a .ng is very easy. Just go to register.ng. And there's currently a promo going on now where you can get a .ng for as low as 4,000 naira, which is even cheaper than .com when you look at the exchange rate. And if you want .com.ng, it's about 1,000, depending on some registrars sell it for 900 naira. So I'd like to encourage everyone that we all have a collective responsibility to ensure we build digital economy. And, let's think inwards because at the end of the day, it's all our responsibility to build the economy. And I'm happy with what has happened, but a lot more is still possible. We need more collaboration. You know, we need to be much more deliberate about what we do with the opportunities available. On that note, I say thank you very much, and congrats to Peter and his team. Thank you very much.
Well, let's give CFA a big round of applause. CFA, you're going bow, huh? All right. Okay. Is the DG ready? Okay. Let's have the DG of NIDA, please. You can go on, sir. Yes, you can go ahead, please.
through development of standards. The enabling law also provides agency with the mandate of, carrying out a number of responsibilities. And as, of course, previous speakers have said, we, the National Information Technology, under the able supervision of Federal Minister of Communications and Federal Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, is driving the implementation of the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy for a digital Nigeria that will ensure that at least economic prosperity is provided for all. And for Nigeria to be able to make the best use of digital economy and digital technology, capacity is key. That is why, as a second pillar of the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, is digital literacy and skill, which has a target of by 2030, 95% of Nigerians become digitally literate. So that is the target. And of course, we in NIDA, we have also our strategic roadmap that is anchored on 7 pillars of IT regulation. And of course, as we know, we don't want to discuss that as, digital literacy and skills, digital, and among it, digital literacy and skills is one key area. And so, from the perspectives of NIDA, NIDA has a number of initiatives that are already, making substantial impact on the economy. One of that aspect is what we call National Adapted Village for Smart Agriculture, NAVSA. As we all know, that, in Nigeria, we have a population of over 200 million, and 48.84% of that population are into agriculture. It is not, news that we have a number of agric-related, businesses and endeavors that are there. So the importance of adopting ICT for farming practices can therefore not be overemphasized. And that is also aspect of the reskilling for, Africa, for the jobs that we have. So it is in recognition of the importance of sustainable food systems for food security and growth, and the need to provide targeted information to every farmer that necessitated the National Information Technology Development Agency on behalf of the federal government to, in line with the mandate of improving food production and security, and also ensuring that the entire citizenry is empowered with information technologies through the development of critical mass of IT proficient and globally competitive manpower, that the agency initiated the National Adapted Village for Smart Agriculture project. This is an ecosystem-driven digital platform envisioned for the transformation of the agricultural sector in Nigeria. We envisage that the program will assist farmers and other stakeholders in the agricultural ecosystem to navigate the journey across sector value chain that involves farm production and management of their produce. So far, this initiative has empowered, even though you may consider it as a small number, 625 farmers across the country. We have 3 geopolitical zones already that have been taken. We have the Northeast zone, we have the Northwest zone, we have the Southwest zone. And then, of course, we are rolling that. And the good thing is we are having partners, of which I'm sure among those that are here, they are also participating in the initiative. The intention of this particular initiative is to create 6 million jobs in the next 10 years. And we have deliberate strategies that will enable us to achieve this. We intend to adopt farmers in all the 36 states and 774 local government areas in the country, support and equip them with skills and resources that will make Nigeria one of the leading nations in food sufficiency, security, and exploration. What is important is, as I said earlier on, we have the mobile network operators. We have is an ecosystem of partners. So we have the Federal Ministry of Agriculture as well as other development partners also participating in this program. So that in itself, as we said, the target is for us in the next 10 years to create 6 million jobs as of that. Another initiative that we have is the National Adapted School for Smart Education, because IT is key and you have to build, you have to reskill. I mean, of course, my colleagues that have spoken earlier have spoken about the impact that the COVID-19 made, to the education sector, the negative or the positive impact that, depending on how you see it. So the role that IT or digital technology is to play is critical. And so we have this also initiative with relevant stakeholders to ensure the adoption, the utilization of IT in education. Without going into much detail, so far we have 500 students and 20 teachers that have benefited in the scheme. And just as we said earlier on, the intention is to reach all the 36 states of the Federation and FCT and 774 local government areas in the country as well. The third initiative, Leaders' Perspective, is what we call Digital States Initiative. And the Digital States Initiative, of course, is a capacity building program aimed at equipping Nigerian youths with the necessary digital literacy and skills that can facilitate Nigeria's transition into the digital economy. Now, the program particularly seeks to invest in human capital development in preparation for the impact of digitization and digitalization on Nigerians. Tony Ojobo particularly, focused on this in his presentation, but that is the initiative, the idea of the initiative that we have. Our target for this initiative is to build capacity of a minimum of 20,400 Nigerian youths, evenly selected across 36 states of the Federation and FCT, with the objective of ensuring that Nigerians youths are equipped with digital and life skills that can reduce the digital divide and foster economic growth by exposing them to digital tools and innovation that can redefine the future of their chosen career. It also aims at empowering the youth with immediate digital skills needed to drive digital economy transformation in the country, as well as equip them with globally required marketable skills to increase their employment opportunities, as well as increase the number of industry-ready IT professionals in Nigeria. So that's the target. What is interesting is we have key stakeholders, of which Microsoft, the country director, is sitting there. Microsoft is a partner in this initiative, and so far, we are making progress, substantial progress. We have trained over 9,000 Nigerians so far in 15 states. As we said, our target is to reach all the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT. So that is another initiative. The fourth initiative, we have myriads of initiatives. I hope that I will be able to go through most of them, but as you know, NIDA is key in the digital literacy and skills, reskilling of Nigerians and Africans in general towards ensuring that we make the best use of the digital technology for our transition to digital economy. The capacity building program for artisans and served youths in hardware, digital literacy, hardware maintenance, and phone repairs is another initiative of which we are not only doing it on our own, we are also partnering with other government agencies as well as other organizations. A number of Nigerians have benefited. So far in this particular program, we have reskilled 3,150 Nigerians across the 6 geopolitical zones. And that resulted in the creation of about 1,552 direct jobs. And so for every initiative we have our KPIs that will ensure that at least we are making progress, because it's important that you skill, but of course you have to measure those initiatives. Others, we have a graduate internship scheme, we have a postgraduate program, we have a digital literacy and skill program for people living with disabilities, for women and girls, for children. And so we have myriads of programs, but particularly for the technology ecosystem, focusing on emerging technologies, the startups, initiatives. We have a number of initiatives that we have in terms of the Startup Fridays, Startup Clinics, Future Hub, Future Garage, Startup, and then events, participation in international events. Recently, we have partnered with Mass Challenge, US, in a program what we call Bridge to Mass Challenge Nigeria, in which we engage ecosystem stakeholders, different category. We have 6. We have the angels and VCs. We have, the corporates. We have academia. The essence is to ensure that we reskill, Nigerians. We expose our startups towards those opportunities that are there. And this program is ongoing. But the aim is that, of course, everybody engage and we learn from the successes that, of course, Mass Challenge has recorded over the years. Another aspect is, as you know, NIDA, as part of its developmental initiatives, it deploys infrastructure across the country. Previous speakers have spoken about, the EVC, NCC has spoken about that. Tony too has spoken about the need for infrastructure to be provided in the rural areas, the unserved and underserved communities. So NIDA has been doing that since inception, and there's no better time than now for them to be utilized. So we have in all the 774 local government areas in Nigeria, we have one intervention or the other to facilitate. And in addition, we are building hubs in higher institutions of learning as well as parks to facilitate, research and development that will expose, Nigerians to opportunities both within and outside the country. And in addition to, we have, as I mentioned earlier on, activities in partnership with multinationals, that some of which are there, as well as the local players that have a number of digital literacy programs whereby over 2 million Nigerians have. So, in conclusion, because I have to, conclude. In conclusion, the agency, considering the important role that, in terms of capacity building, is, the important role capacity building plays in ensuring opportunities, Nigerians benefit from the opportunities of digital technologies as well as the transition to digital economy. It identifies a number of programs as well as a number of partners that will help towards reskilling Nigerians and, for those opportunities both within and outside the country. There are policies, because earlier some people, talked about policies. So there are policies, various policies in terms of emerging technology. We have the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics that drives those emerging technology research and development areas. We have outsourcing policies. We have series of other strategies. We are key towards the virtual Federal Executive Council, that has been happening. It is driven by Galaxy, but we work very, very closely with them. And DG said, finally, I would like to once again congratulate and express my appreciation to the organizers of this event. And it is our hope that this event will enlighten and empower the entire ecosystem on the need for improving and ensuring that we embrace the need for digitalization, as well as drive for the digital, ensuring that we achieve a digital Nigeria. As I look forward to the deliberations and discussions that follow, I pray for useful engagements and learning for all that gather here. Thank you for your kind attention, and God bless you all. Kashifino Abdullahi, CCIE, Director General, CEO, National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA. And as I said, all the goods that you have had from the discussion are his, and all the challenges or mistakes that I have been able to make from me. And I sincerely thank you for the opportunity, and I wish you a very successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DG of NIDA. Speech there delivered by Dr. Osman Gambo. Right now, let's join the president of ATCON, who has been waiting, the president of ATCON, Engineer Kechukwu Nnamani. Can we have him now, please?
Sorry, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What should we do with this equipment? Engineer Kechukwu, can you hear us? If you are on, can you on? Engineer Nnamani, please go on. Engineer Nnamani, you're on. Yes, you're on.
Loud and clear. Okay, thanks everybody. If the audience can hear, I'll go ahead and give my goodwill speech. I stand on existing protocol and definitely appreciate the work Peter and his team has done to put this together. There is no better time for a conference like this, especially the subject matter, because it not only deals with understanding and appreciation of the fact that we've moved towards a digital economy, but we are also trying to address how is the society receiving it, how is the industry receiving it, how are we open to change towards a truly digital economy. And for that, I once more appreciate the role and effort of those that have put this together. On behalf of ATCON, and over 100 members. We definitely support this event, and most of our members are participating directly as elder speakers, exhibitors, or resource people for this particular event. That shows you that this is an event that AfriTECH truly endorses and supports wholeheartedly, because we feel that with some of the results that will come out of it, the country will definitely move forward. I wouldn't want to take more time because a lot of time is already gone, but I just want to emphasize one particular aspect that has been pointed out by the previous speakers, which is in the area of the infrastructure that is truly needed to transform this country in a digital way. Yes, a lot of effort is being put towards putting infrastructure in place, but it would not make sense not to express some of the challenges we are still facing in the area of some of the state governments embracing digital economy, but not changing in the way they've been dealing with the telecoms industry before now. The telecom industry, unfortunately, is still being looked at from purely a revenue source, and that, unfortunately, is currently impacting the progress that we are making in the area of infrastructure development. As I'm speaking here today, we still have some of our members in some states that are not able to work and lay fiber that they want to lay to customers that need it in furtherance of the digital economy project. And the reason behind this is nothing more than multiple taxation challenges and disputes that is resulting from that. So we would definitely encourage the state government in particular that if we want to see the benefit of a truly digital economy, we should also be ready to change our policies, regulations, and rules that has obtained in the past, and understand that for now, the goal is to build the infrastructure that is needed to ensure these services run smoothly. And by the time that is done, and there is prevalent of good quality service across every part of the state and the country, then the expected revenue will start accruing to all the entities involved, including the service providers that are today focused on doing the necessary investment. This is a very key point that I personally will want to leave for this event, and let it be known that we still need support in the area of enabling environment to lay the critical infrastructures that are needed for this. The telecom and ICT industry is ready to do the investment. We have the skill set to implement it, but the current challenge we are facing is both in the area of financing, which is being addressed in one aspect, and then necessary approvals and regulations that will ensure that this happens in a timely manner. Once more, I want to thank the organizers of this event. We truly support. We'll still be around for further intervention as the need arises, but I want to congratulate the team and thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Namani, for that wonderful intervention. One more time, let's appreciate the president of AfriTECH. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, time is fast spent and we need to move quickly. And so just now, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker for this event, the country manager of Microsoft. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the only female on the front row. Give her a better round of applause. One more time, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and hopefully next year we have more female on the front row, so we can have more people to clap for. Right. First, I want to again join other people that had given kudos to Peter and the organizers of this event. It's very important that we look at the theme of the event, you know, in a very positive way. And I love that the first word is embracing change and your digital transformation. Embracing is a very positive word, and I really love that. because yes, COVID had come, different things had happened, but there are a lot of opportunities for us as a country and leveraging technology to ensure that we are actually accelerating the digital economy potential of this country. So, as has been said, my name is Ola Williams. I'm the country manager for Microsoft Nigeria. I'm really excited to be here and to be giving the keynote address. But I'll make it in form of discussions. I hope everyone is comfortable with that. So I'm sure everyone or most people know Microsoft's mission is about empowering people, communities, organizations, and everyone to achieve more, but also with focus on driving inclusive digital economy. And we are not just looking at this from, providing the technology platform that people will use, but looking at how can we make it work for people, because it's not just about technology. It's about the people that will use the technology, the lifestyle, the processes, and everything that ties with it. Looking at the impact of COVID-19 and how it has accelerated digital transformation, and based on research and different engagement that we've had, COVID had actually enabled us globally. I mean, when I say us, I'm not talking about Microsoft, I'm talking about human race, to achieve 2 years of digital transformation change within 2 months. And what does that tell us? It tells us that because we're able to embrace the change that COVID brought, we were able to make those changes happen. And this change is really gaining momentum. It continues to accelerate. So it means that organizations can no longer do business as usual. Everyone needs to embrace digital transformation at a very fast rate. That means we need to look at what are the challenges and the opportunities that this gives, and look at the challenges from the mindset of embracing those challenges in the form to drive them to achieve positive results. One of the things that we've seen through research is that preparedness is very important. For organizations that had prepared, that had tools and underlying technologies to embrace those changes, the change happens for them faster, not without its own challenges. But even without preparing, there is still a huge opportunity. One of it is looking at what technologies are available. And a lot of the speakers here have really spoken so much about what we need in terms of infrastructure, skilling, the processes and policies that we need to put in place to ensure that we make this happen. And if we look at them one after the other, Atunde, when he came up earlier on, was talking about the opportunities that we have in spite of the challenging infrastructure environment that we find ourselves in. But if we look at those challenges as opportunity, that we can actually catalyze and accelerate digital transformation in Nigeria by looking at the opportunity, because it's an emerging area for us. So taking on infrastructure as an example, looking at either, a lot of data centers that have opened up in Nigeria and still more coming, and the network infrastructures that powers them. Granted, we still have the challenges of connectivity in some area. In as much as we're saying, yes, Nigeria internet penetration is high, there is still a huge opportunity, because most of those network infrastructure are on 2G. We want to embrace 3G, 4G, 5G. And I'm really glad that we have all the stakeholders that are already in the process of making that happen here as well. But for us at Microsoft, we are also contributing in this aspect. So we're not just looking at, software technology or the tools that we enable technology to thrive. we understand that underlying infrastructure is very important. So we're making significant investment in that area, partnering with government and other stakeholders to make it happen. One of the things we've done recently is the announcement we had with the federal government to partner to serve under-penetrated communities, providing internet infrastructure through our Airband initiative, meaning that we have unused spectrum between TV space that we can leverage to provide connectivity to rural communities. And that process is ongoing. We really appreciate the partnership with federal government, NIDA, and the other stakeholders that have made it happen, especially with the strong support from the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy. And we also are looking at skilling, as mentioned by NIDA DG's representative, Dr. Abdullahi, is super important. We have enormous potential in our youth in this country. And that's where we have the huge opportunity to embrace change and digital transformation. As COVID, irrespective of how COVID, transits as we go on, our lives will never remain the same. Embracing hybrid workplace, hybrid events like what we are having today, hybrid learning is really going to continue into the foreseeable future. And that means a lot of work that people do repeatedly, that they do have to be physically present, will no longer exist. So what happens to those people that are impacted? That means they need to be reskilled. They need to learn new skills. They need to be exposed to new tools. So it's very important that we're also looking at concerted effort to address that. That's why for us in Microsoft, we partnered with federal government as well, and NIDA mentioned that in his DG representative mentioned that in his speech. We partnered with federal government to train over 5 million youth in Nigeria for the next 3 years. And we have over 1,700 trainers that we provide both in-person and remote learning for youth, leveraging a different platform for us to do that. We know we can't do it alone. We are partnering with other stakeholders, NGOs, and so on and so forth. And talking about inclusive digital economy, which is very important for us. And please, I'm not being biased here because I'm female. I just think it's very important that we address that part. Female population contributes about roughly, I hope I'm right, 50% of our population. But I think we've not really tapped the potential in that area as well, because if half of the population is not contributing to our digital economy, then we're missing a huge opportunity. So when we are talking about driving inclusive digital economy, we also need to look at that aspect, because today, female representation in technology is still very low, even though we've made significant impact. And I really want to appreciate every organization, including Microsoft and other stakeholders that are really driving towards making sure that happens. Earlier this year, we also announced an initiative with one of the NGOs that we partner with, Tech for Dev, to train millions of female to be in digital industry across Africa, which Nigeria is also part. And we've trained to date more than 2,745 female talent to take on technology-related roles or entrepreneurship programs. So that's also another way that we're driving this change, because if you look at the number of jobs that has been lost through COVID, most of them are impacted by women. So it's very important that we look at that aspect. So, but please, I'm not being biased here. I'm just making sure that everyone is covered. But talking about, the holistic approach to drive, embrace change, and, ensure that we all have our part to play in ensuring that Nigeria digital transformation is completely accelerated. It's very important that we look at these different dimensions. And another dimension that I want to talk about is also looking at hybrid workplace, because that's really important. For me, for example, I've been working from home since COVID started. And based on research that we have done, business leaders have seen significant improvement in productivity, efficiency, and profitability for organizations that have embraced hybrid work environment. And what does that mean for us? This is a huge potential for Nigeria. I think Tunde did mention that we are exporting talent outside Nigeria. So if we get the skilling right, we have more youth being skilled on digital literacy, and they're able to embrace, work in IT's field. That means they can actually sit at home in their houses, get jobs outside Nigeria, and earn foreign currencies. I know that we can all imagine the impact that can contribute to the forex challenge that we have in Nigeria today. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's how we embrace this change and the deliberateness of our implementation of policies, actions, and the results that we want to see, monitoring those results on a consistent basis that will lead us there. And the other dimension that I want to talk about is security. Having spoken about hybrid workplace, a lot of organizations are looking at, embracing cloud or hybrid environments as posing security challenge. Granted, but if we embrace cloud solution in its design the way it's meant to be, with the right level of security and working with the right stakeholders, it is achievable. For example, in Microsoft, we embrace what we call zero trust principle, meaning that you only need to have access to what you need to have access to per time. And security is not just about we have it today and we will continue to have it. It requires significant investment, more research that needs to be done, and we are committed to continue to lead in this path as well. I hope recently our CEO Satya Nadella announced our investment in technology up to over $20 billion in the next number of years into research and really continue to improve on the technology security outlook for our technology platform. And this is beneficial to us as a country, because we know that when we're embracing cloud technology, whether in partnership with our local service provider and Microsoft, we are embracing a technology that is secured, and also the confidence that even as we evolve in the future, those investments will continue. I really want to encourage us that all the things that have been said here by the different speakers, they are all important. They are all important and intertwined towards us achieving the right level of acceleration in Nigeria. We have the population, we have the potential, we have the intellectual capacity to really lead African digital transformation. And I believe that with the partnership with government, public sector, NGOs, organizations setting up this kind of forum, we will get there, but we are in that process. We just need to increase that momentum. Before I leave, I would really want to again thank the organizers of this event and for the opportunity here. But I want to encourage us that we shouldn't just stop at talking about these things. We need to partner together. All of us work together. It's not about, oh, I'm doing this, I'm fine in my own silo. We need to communicate, we need to share information, we need to embrace the positive impact from every contributor and amplify it in our own way so that the potential we have in Nigeria can actually be beneficial to all of us all. We have the capacity to drive and implement accelerated digital economy in this country. And I am happy that we are on that journey. We are setting in the right direction. Definitely with all the good people here and everyone watching us across wherever you're watching us from, and the support of governments, private sector, we'll get there. Thank you all for your time, and I wish you all a more enjoyable session going forward. Thank you.
Keep it going, please. Keep it going. Thank you, Olatumiwa. Thank you indeed for that great presentation. Thank you. We'll have a group photograph, just after this one more speaker. We have joining us while she was speaking, the president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria, Mr. Chineye Baozoku. He joins us now. Chineye, welcome. Okay, so are you ready? Okay, relax a little bit for your, okay, you ready? Come for your goodwill. Okay, come over for your goodwill. President of ISPON. Yeah, thank you for coming.
Honestly, I don't even know where to begin to apologize for getting here at 2 o'clock for an event that started at 10 o'clock. I feel like I should be at the back of the room and ignored. But let me sincerely apologize to all of you who are here and those who are online for coming so late. I was doing what everybody else has learned how to do since 2019, which is to work from home. So I moved from my bedroom to my bathroom to my office, and I was sweating. The distance was about 10 meters from one to the other. And I settled down in my office, and suddenly I couldn't connect. So I decided to get into the car and come here, and 2.5 hours later from Ikeja to this place, I kind of said, well, as soon as I saw the red on the map, I knew I was in trouble, but I couldn't turn back. So my apologies. I think my comments will be very, very brief, and I'll just, stick to 3 things that I wanted to share with you. Please also, I guess, as they say, all protocols are observed, right? So let me save your time. I can see my brothers, my sisters, people with whom we've been in this battle for decades here. I keep my hair low, so I don't have to be gray like some of you are showing. But I've been there. I've been in this struggle, in this advocacy for quite a number of years. And the sad part is when you, after 20 years or 25 years of doing this, ISPON is 21 years old. Before ISPON, we were in ITAN, and then we created NCS and the rest of the organizations. If you've done this for 20-something years, and I can pick up the presentation I made 20 years ago and make it today, I think there's a problem, right? So, I mean, if things haven't changed and if your issues are pretty much the same 20 years later, then you have a challenge. But that challenge is also an opportunity. So the first thing for me, the first point really, is that our challenges cannot stay the same decade after decade after decade unless there's something that we are not doing right. And that is the opportunity that we face, that we have right now, which technology itself provides. What COVID has done, and with due respect to our friends from public sector, I spent 20 years, like many other people here, traveling to Abuja and other state capitals to hold meetings. Today we hold meetings from our bedrooms. Sometimes you're actually wearing your pajamas, but you just, throw something on top and then, put on your Zoom and you're smiling, having washed your face. This is something we take for granted today. But by December 2019, no one, no corporate, no individual ever imagined that you would be meeting with a minister via Zoom. None of us ever imagined that we would not have to have huge budgets to travel to visit people. None of us imagined that our children would be going to schools, attending schools, struggling to go to school right from home. And today we're faced with the reality that post-COVID, because we have to believe that this is post-COVID, that our schools have been changed forever. Our workplaces have been changed forever. Our personal relationships have been changed forever. The question is, did it have to take the disaster of a pandemic to bring us to a position that we could willingly and willfully have taken 20 years ago? There's always been voice communication. There's always been video communication. Things like Skype have existed since forever. Why did it take a pandemic to force an entire nation, indeed an entire world, to adopt the technology that has been in existence? Bill Buxton says that any technology that you see today is already 10 years old. Once you start to use the technology, it becomes common. It is 10 years old. If it has been 10 years and we haven't started using it, then it means that we are 20 years behind. What does it take to move a nation, to move an economy, to move an entire system? Are we going to wait for the next pandemic to create the world that we know is already possible today? The message from ISPON is that we are tired of shouting and talking and saying the same thing over and over again. And fortunately for us, the pandemic has brought people to a position where these conversations are no longer theoretical. They're real. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, I had the opportunity to be interviewed for the Nigerian Economic Summit. I'm on the organizing committee. And I told them that the Economic Summit is for everyone. Last year, because of COVID, we had a record attendance in the Nigerian Economic Summit. 6,400 people attended a summit that for 25 years has been organized and held, and a few people get to enter into the room in the Nikon or the Transcorp Hilton, and it makes it look like it's a small group of friends who just know themselves, a coven or a cabal who are organizing the economy. But last year, 6,400 people got to participate in all sessions. And this year, we set a goal for ourselves for 10,000 participants. Youth, students, unions, practitioners, global diaspora, everyone can come into the Nigerian Economic Summit. And for the first time in its 25-year history, we will exceed 10,000 participants actively engaged in 30 sessions discussing how do we move this entire economy and nation forward. Our message from ISPON is that we are done with the talking. We only want to talk to people who are moving in the direction that we are moving in. And the direction that we're moving in is one of exponential growth and acceleration. If you want to be a naysayer or a look-back person, constantly whining and complaining about what happened in the past, you will not see us in your space. But if indeed you want to move forward and you want to accelerate, then yes, we'll be your partner. And that's why we're here today, to partner, to make it clear that anywhere that there is a gathering, any place where you have 2 or 3 people who gathered who want to drive Nigeria in an accelerated manner into the future, you will find ISPON a ready partner. It's our commitment, because we believe what we have been saying for 20 years. Unless this country makes a wholesale and wholehearted commitment to focusing on the proliferation of technology in every single aspect, we will gather 10 years from now and be telling the same story, and my PowerPoint presentation will be the same. But it's not our portion. I didn't hear an amen, but so I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank the federal government of Nigeria and its representatives and MDAs. I want to thank our colleagues in industry for showing up and for deciding that tomorrow will definitely be different from today. The way to make that happen is to go beyond the conversations and get to the doing. TV white spaces, as the technology has been around, is 10 years old. Is it not time for TV white spaces to flood the land, to create massive connectivity and pervasive connectivity in every village and home, to make it possible for every child and every mother to work from wherever they may choose to live or wherever they may happen to live, to connect to this infrastructure and to this opportunity of a digital world? Is it not time for us to say that every single child in this country will have access to education, world-class education, which today is completely possible and delivered at a cost that's a fraction of what it is that we currently pay? Is it not time to begin to shut those schools that have only 1% of Nigeria's population in tertiary education and begin to look at the others that have to be educated? We need to have school 24/7. We need to have access to lifelong learning. We will not do it within the walls of a classroom. We need to open up our businesses in such a way that it's no longer about whether you're in GRA and have to pass through Third Mainland Bridge. It just means you start your day and you start it on a device and you start with connectivity and you start with people. We don't have to wait. We just have to decide we want to do it and then get it done. Thank you.
President of ISPON, one more time, let's give Chineyo Bazoku another round of applause. Chine is someone who always speak the truth to authority. Chine, did you see the last broadcast? So I was at a meeting and some things just happened. So I went to the library, an interview I had with Chine, in 2019, went to the library and I broadcast it, and it's been awesome. Some of those things that you said. So you can go to Tech TV NG, is there, and the things you said at that time, relevant today. It's crucial that this industry understands that we do not have time anymore. Thank you for your intervention. All right, next we're inviting the representative of Galaxy Backbone, Timi Fadeyi, who is the head of Data Center Galaxy Backbone. Is he here? Okay. Oh, you've been here. Thank you. Please, let's welcome him for his intervention. Thank you. Are you in Lagos, Abu? all of our speakers here on stage. Or okay, here's fine. Group photograph, please. Titi, Aaron, Tony Ojobo, Chineye, Olatomiwa, please. Femi Williams. Yes, let's have some group photographs here. Whilst we try to sort out Galaxy Backbone. Mr. Dejumo, please. Peter, where are you? Please come. Can those of us who are taller stay up here? Aaron, I expected you to come upstairs. I said, okay. Jay, please come. Yeah. Jude, please join us here. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Please, we have, we may please go back to our seats as we now have. Thank you so much. My very good friend, Dr. Ikechukwu Adinde, Director Public Affairs at the NCC. Thank you so much. Dr. Adinde, I should host you before you leave Lagos. Yes. All right, so we have online the president of the Nigerian Computer Society, who is going to be giving us his goodwill.
So I'm going to speak to the slide from this angle, if you don't mind. Right, so can I have the slide displayed, please? Of this event and the digital transformation, the drive for a digital transformation is boosting cloud infrastructure for digital economy through partnerships. And this is put together by the MD CEO himself, Professor Mohammed Abubakar of Galaxy Backbone. Next page, please. Okay, so the content, trends, dynamics of the new world, accelerators of the digital economy, how the cloud can boost the digital economy, then the GBB cloud infrastructure. For those of you that do not know Galaxy Backbone, it's an organization owned by the federal government of Nigeria, and our mission and purpose of which Galaxy was created is to provide ICT infrastructure and services to public institutions, as well as underserved communities. How is GBB enhancing the digital economy through partnership? Next slide, please. So we all know that complexity is an obstacle to digitization. To get the most out of the new world of digital business, you have to run it simple. It's very important. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the diagrams or the pictures that shows you the trends of the new world. So you have the hyper connectivity, you have the cloud computing, you have the smarter world, and you have the cybersecurity. So basically, you could consider this as 4 pillars when you're driving digitalization using infrastructure. And on those infrastructure, we sit the services that you want to give to the communities. Next slide, please. Okay, so the realities of the digital economy. The digital economy is real, and it is here to stay. You have to embrace, innovate, and thrive through it. Reimagining your organization, public or private, is extremely paramount. How do we work? We need to work smarter, we need to work faster, and we need to work simpler. A combination of hybrid mode of working and enhancing relationship, virtual, physical, and both virtual and physical. Artificial intelligence is reshaping value chains, industries, communities, countries, and the world entirely. You need to secure your data. You need to secure your entire digital experience, and a combination of technology and you as an individual. Next slide, please. So we have the accelerators of digital economy. You have the customer experience, which is driving the changes visible on the different platforms. You have the core business processes on platforms that are smarter, faster, and simpler. Smarter and engaged workforce to prevent different levels of possible disconnections. Supplier-partner collaboration has never been this critical for an enhanced digital economy. Cloud, harnessed Internet of Things and assets to drive real-time insights and new business initiatives. Cloud investments must be channeled right to enable increase in revenue. Next slide, please. Okay, so the cloud and the digital economy. The cloud is the preferred currency for digital transformation and for reducing the initial cost of ICT infrastructure. You know, when they talk about the cloud, obviously they talk about, data centers, maybe somewhere in the sky. But that is not the true definition of cloud. Cloud simply means the provision of services through the internet to the end users. And these services are provided to the end users using ICT infrastructure. And on those infrastructure, like I said, you have application in form of services. So I think you have, business to business applications, you have government to business, you have government to government, and I think what we are trying to get to, which we are still working towards, is government to citizens and also government to business. Cloud computing is gradually reducing the downtime in public service delivery, increase in government and citizen engagement. Cloud enables agility, flexibility, connectedness, and the opportunity to scale your business. Next slide, please. So now, this picture is actually showing you the Galaxy backbone 6 pillars. And like I said, with the help of the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, NIDA, Galaxy, National Communications Commission, Galaxy Backbone is actually positioned, to provide this ICT infrastructure in a format that both partners, citizens, the government, the institutions, the MDAs can benefit, from the role that we are playing in this critical delivery or system. Now, these are the 6 pillars of Galaxy to become the leading enabler of digital inclusion in Africa. We provide state-of-the-art digital infrastructure and services for a digital Nigeria. Now, so you have the government priorities, which is aligned with key policy drivers. We have the data sovereignty, which is to promote sovereignty and security of government data. Obviously, with the different types of cloud deployment model that you have the private, the public, and then you have the hybrid cloud. Now, there are justification of business case for the type of cloud that you adopt. Now, public cloud is taking your data to the internet, okay? But we are able to do this.
Sorry for another technical fault there. Okay, whilst we try to sort that out, let's quickly invite the representative of the EVC of NCC to quickly come present this gift. No, he can do it here. Here's fine. Yeah, here's fine. Please, can I have it? Yeah. Just this gift to the country manager of Microsoft. Thank you.
On behalf of
Yes.
On behalf of the MD of AfriTECH Alliance Forum, we present this to you for being part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Latumawa. All right, are we ready now? Okay. Maybe we need to consult here. There seem to be hackers around there. Huh?
Yes. Apologies once again. All right. Okay, so coming back to the 6 pillars. Okay. Now, the data sovereignty, I was talking about it, which is government data sits in government data center. Okay. But with the security classification of data, you can actually benefit from keeping your data, depends on the criticality, the security, sensitivity of that data. You can keep it in a physical data center in country, and you can also partnership with a public cloud provider, to kind of benefit from the hybrid model of cloud deployment. Now, the financial sustainability, we improve long-term financial sustainability. Customer satisfaction, customer is the key. Obviously, know your customer, improve adoption, satisfaction, and confidence in digital services. And then we have the operational excellence, improve effectiveness and efficiency of service delivery. And then you have the improved capability and capacity, so that the 6 pillars that actually drive the mission of Galaxy Backbone. The values impact, initiative and innovation, accountability, integrity, passion and commitment to excellence and results, customer-centric, and obviously teamwork. Next slide, please. Right. Okay, so this is what Galaxy Center has in place in terms of infrastructure, which obviously is one of the backbone of how we provide the services to the public institutions. Now, we have two data centers, one in Abuja and the other one in Enugu. And we talked about DR, business continuity. It's very important to back up your data. I had a backup of that presentation somewhere else. That's how I was able to recover from that technical hiccup. So basically, this shows you the diagram of the data center and the infrastructure. The one in Enugu, we replicate data from Abuja to Enugu. So if you lose your data in Abuja, you can recover that data in Enugu. So kind of a disaster recovery business continuity solution. Next slide, please. Now, the government cloud data center solution overview. Now, build on-premise cloud to ensure data security. I mentioned earlier on that, government data, because of the secure nature, right? We need to keep it in country. And the way we do that is, we don't just say to you that, okay, all the data has to be here. No, we do what they call classification of data, right? Depending on the risk, the security, the sensitivity of the data, we decide what sort of ICT infrastructure we provide for you. So basically, you have the virtual data center, which sits at the top. Okay, virtual data center is kind of a logical diagram or nature of a data center. It's not really physical, but it's kind of logical. So it gives you your own space. It's like you have a 5-bedroom house and you are renting one room in that house. So apart from the shared resources that you use, which drives down cost of infrastructure or services, it also makes sure that your data is well secured. You have everything that you need to run and to host your data in the data center. Now we have the computing pool, the storage pool, network pool. I talked about shared resources. Okay, so shared resources is one of the features of cloud computing. Shared resources, that means you are saving money, you are saving costs. So instead of buying your own dedicated resource, you share with other people, but you are logically segmented. That means you are in your own space. So nothing, obviously economies of scale. Next slide, please. Right, okay. So this is the government cloud data center logical architecture, okay? Like I mentioned earlier on, if you focus on the bottom layer, that's where you have the physical infrastructure. You have the server, you have the storage, you have the network, you have the security. And, what you want to, picture here is everything as a service, okay? Server as a service, storage as a service, network as a service, security as a service. That is the model or the deployment, the features, the components of a good cloud computing. Okay, thanks. So you have the resource pool, right? The compute resource pool, the storage resource pool, the network resource pool. You have the virtualization. It's called hypervisor in the technical world. You have the OpenStack, and then you have the HCS. Okay, and then you have the service domain. AWS. If anyone of you is familiar with Amazon Web Services, you have what they call the Elastic Cloud Server. ECS instance, you have the virtual private servers, you have, it depends on what you call it. So basically it's a kind of a virtualized form of a computer or a server. Okay? We talked about economies of scale because that allows you to save a lot of costs running your own infrastructure, physical infrastructure. Now, then you have the application domain, which is most important to everyone that consumes anything that cloud or data center has to offer, because it's kind of an application ecosystem. You think about immigration. A previous speaker mentioned earlier on that immigration came up with e-passport or e-immigration? Now, this is what the e-immigration sits on. This is what enables citizens, individuals like you, to get your passport issued at the comfort of your home without going from agency to agency. I think this is where we want to get to, okay? So the application domain, right, enables this because that is where you have the automation, that's where you have the workflow that allows agency to interact and to collaborate with each other. Next slide, please. Now, Galaxy Backbone is enhancing Nigerian digital economy drive through the what they call the NICTIP project. Okay, this is the National Information and Connectivity Backbone. Okay, it's a project initiative that the federal government of Nigeria is embarking on. Okay, and now you have, it's a nationwide project. You have a NICTIP phase 1, which obviously ended in 2016, and then currently we are in NICTIP phase 2. So if I just take you through what has been achieved so far, NICTIP 1. Okay, so it was 2006 was when the contract was signed. The time frame for the project was 2014 to 2016, and the deliverables of that project included 1,482 kilometers of backbone connectivity, 375 kilometers of metro connectivity, 2 data centers, 800 Wi-Fi connectivity, 9 ELTE base stations, IP phone and video conferencing. So the current status and scope and the next steps obviously is 98% of the project has been delivered, backbone completed and in operation, government data center is completed, is a tier 3 data center, and already in operations, and then we're expecting 100% of the contract closure in 2019. Now we're in 2021, sorry. So obviously NICTIP 2, I think we've completed that, the 100% in terms of sign off of the project completion documentation. And then NICTIP phase 2, 2018 to 2020. Everyone knows when COVID came, it disrupted a lot of things. People started working from home, and then before we got to collaboration and holding meetings using Zoom and all that, it took a little bit of time, but we eventually got there. So the deliverables for the NICTIP phase 2 is 3,441 kilometers of backbone connectivity, 332 kilometers of metro connectivity, 1 new data center, 1 cloud computing e-government platform, 108 ELTE base stations, smart city, and 1 enterprise network security system. Okay. Now, obviously, with such a huge project comes accountability. It also comes with responsibility to make sure that the project is delivered. Every BOQ, low-level design, high-level design, functional requirements, non-functional requirements. We dot the I's and cross the T's to make sure everything is delivered as expected by the government. Now, statutory approvals of NICTIP 2, no objection from the Bureau of Public Procurement. FEC approval was obtained. Import duty waiver approval was also obtained. Exim Bank approval is in place. Exim Bank is the export and import is in place because obviously we're importing some hardware infrastructure from outside the country. Now, outstanding alignment from other arms of government for loan activation and commencement of implementation. Now, the significance of this project, right? One of the, main significance is political, because cybersecurity is the new form of war now as we speak. And Nigeria cannot be caught napping. We have to move, from the old way of protecting data to the new ways which are out there. Because, you have the north-south traffic, and then you have the east-west traffic. East-west traffic is for infrastructure protection. But the north-south is traffic that is coming from outside. So you have different types of attack. People actually, take hacking as a full-time job. And what they do 24/7 is to send one form of attack against your infrastructure, because they know that when they get the infrastructure down, obviously there's going to be downtime, and revenue is going to be lost, integrity is going to be lost, everything is going to be affected. They can make your life seem like a nightmare. So, political, protect government data with FG-owned carrier, okay? And we're responding to the president's demand of strengthening infrastructure construction. Obviously, it ties in with the drive for digital transformation. Now, the social aspect is 20,000, is it 20,000 or 22 million? Plus direct and indirect jobs, okay? With the advent of new technology, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, and the likes, okay? It creates avenue for new type of information technology jobs, okay? And the director for NIDA was talking about capacity building. We need to upskill, we need to train, we need to build capacity of our youth, because the youth are the ones that are going to run this technology going forward. Okay? Financial, $65 million annual revenue will be generated after phase 1. It's ongoing. And also we avoid duplication of investment. Okay, so I can say $150 million annual revenue will also be generated after phase 2. These are business, calculation. These figures come from a thorough calculation that was done from the business side. Next slide, please. It's a map of Nigeria. I'm sure everyone here recognizes this map. Map of Nigeria. It shows you the direction of the backbone fiber that Galaxy has laid on behalf of the government. Okay, so it landed in Lagos, and then we're taking it up north, back south, and all that. Next slide, please. I think the moderator is asking me to hurry up. So sorry. All right. Okay. So ongoing projects to house government integrated data center and serve as Galaxy backbone headquarters. A block is currently embarked for strategic or revenue generation use. 60% is approximately completed. The structural components, 1 of 4, data center, network operation center. And about 70% of the initial cost has been expended on the project. Due to inflation, the completion cost has increased significantly from the initial cost. This is expected. We're in 2021. We expected that project to have been delivered in 2020. Next slide, please. Now, connectivity, data center, cybersecurity, cloud. So we are open for partnership. Galaxy Backbone has taken an initiative to form a new unit called Enterprise Business Group. Okay, so it's like a marketplace. We encourage partners because we cannot do it all alone. We don't have the expertise, 100% expertise. So partners can come. We can create together a platform that can enable, and fasten the rates like a catalyst, so that we can drive digital transformation very rapidly in the country. Next slide. So we are focused on the infrastructure, partner to excel. We partner to enable the infrastructure and boost the Nigerian digital economy. Local and global partnership, public-private initiatives through GBB Enterprise Group are committed to service and creating an equitable ecosystem. Next slide, please. Thank you for your kind attention. Apologies that I've kind of tried to go through this slide in a hurried way, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Good job. One more time, let's appreciate Galaxy Backbone for a good job there. All right, next up, do we have the president of the Nigeria Computer Society ready now? Okay. Let me quickly recognize the presence of the head core network and solutions, information connectivity solutions, ICSL, one of the emerging tech Amazons in the industry. Tinua Adeoguti is here with us. Thank you for coming. Okay. All right, next up we have Zoho. Zoho is ready online. Okay. We have a workshop with them and it's going to be online. Just a few minutes, please. Few minutes. Are we ready? Okay, Andrew, you're on. Please, let's, for everybody that is outside, please come. You will certainly find this workshop very useful and valuable from Zoho. Thank you. Are we connected? Okay. Okay, we're
waiting for some people to come back in.
Yes, you're on, Andrew. Yes, go on. Yes, you can go on.
Thank you for having me here today with you. Just let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yeah, we can see you loud. We can see you clearly and we can hear you loud and clear. Can you go on?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So thank you for having me here today. Today, I'm going to be as quick as possible. I've only got 20 minutes. And I'll be talking about driving business growth through customer experience. And as everyone said, my name is Andrew Bourne. I'm the regional manager for Zoho in the Africa region. All right, so what do your current customers expect? This is a very important question to ask yourself as a business, because you want to make your customer happy. You want to give them a great customer experience because it does convert into long-term business growth and sustainability in this digital era. And that current customer is called the Generation C. It's the connected society. And those people, they want great customer service. They want to interact via a mobile device. They want efficiency, consistency, and they want 24/7 availability. You know, if they want to place an order or if they want to purchase something from you, they want to be able to go online to an online store or go into a customer portal to be able to go and interact with your business. All right, and all of these form part of your customer experience. The other thing to ask yourself is, what is my future customer going to expect? So I've done some research for everyone here. The millennials currently hold the largest purchasing power, but the Generation Z, which is that next generation, that's that group born between 1996 and 2010, they already hold $44 billion of buying power and $600 billion when considering their influence on their parents' spending. And will hit the workforce and become very powerful consumers in the next few years. So that Generation Z is a group that you really need to focus on. And in the next year, they will account for 40% of all US consumers. So for a company to succeed, companies need to know how to tailor a great customer experience for the Generation Z. I've done more research into that Generation Z. What do they want? Generation Z want mobile first. They want demand, they demand quick access on the go. They want a personalized service, and they want a real customer relationship. And I'm going to focus on this real customer relationship in this session with you. The other thing is they want video. The Gen Z responds well to visual content, especially video, and they want trust. They care about trust and authenticity. And then again, efficiency. Gen Z have less of an attention span. So if you send them a form that they have to print and then fill it in and then try and scan it, it's not going to really work for them. They want a quick online form that they can quickly fill in and the information goes back to your business. And it's quick and easy. And we'll go into more things that they're going to want from you in the future. All right, this is just some research that's been done by PwC. If you give customers a great experience, they will buy more, they will be more loyal, they will share with their friends the positive experience, and they're willing to give a good testimonial or a review. And that's really important going forward. And here's another kind of factor to understand. What's the difference between customer experience and customer service? It's very different. So your customer experience is the result of your customer relationship, but customer experience is not customer service. Customer service is reactive, where something happens and you react, whereas customer experience is proactive and continuous, where you preempt what your customer is going to expect. And you give it to them before they even expect it. And your customer service is something that they expect from you, whereas customer experience is how you exceed your customers' expectations. And to do this effectively and efficiently, you would need a CRM solution, a customer relationship management system. And I'll take you through a live example, or a true life example further in this presentation. And then just two different examples so you can understand the difference between the customer experience versus customer service. At the top there, we've got a reactive customer service where the customer calls the business and says, "Hello, I forgot my car needs a service. Please, can you book it in as soon as possible?" You see, so then they call you and you react. Whereas a proactive customer experience type of move would be, the customer calls you and says, "I'm so happy you sent me an SMS reminder for my car service. I would have completely forgot. You guys are the best. Oh, and by the way, thank you so much for my happy birthday email. I'd like to use the free wheel alignment voucher that you sent me." So you see, it's a very big difference with reacting to when customers need something, whereas being proactive is sending them something that keeps them coming back to you and makes them so happy they want to tell everyone about your business and your product and your service. Just some digitization examples that companies need to have going into the future. One is move away from spreadsheets and move to having a CRM to store your customer information, as well as your communication with your customer. Because also with data privacy laws, spreadsheets are not as secure as putting it in a robust CRM system that has two-factor authentication and all the security that you need to protect that data. Next, move away from paper forms, move to digital forms. And these online form applications, we've got Zoho Forms, but you can even have them where they operate offline. You don't even need a data signal to make it legal, like IP addresses, two-factor authentication, and blockchain timestamping. Then you need to have a live chat on your website. This Gen Z, they want live chats, and even better, you can have, the chat with audio call option, like we see here on the Zoho Sales IQ chat. And then one step further, why not use a chatbot? You know, your customers can maybe go on and they can even interact with a chatbot, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning if they want to, or if they're in a different time zone. They can still interact with your business and you can get their data and what they're needing from you. Exceeding expectations and building loyalty. So things like a customer's birthday, you can ask for their birthday and tell them that randomly during the year you send people gifts, or you're going to give them something special on their birthday. They'll be happy to give you their birthday. And you might just say to them, listen, you know, put it into the customer portal that we provide for you, and then you can send them, you know, a really nice gift. And I'll show you how it's done a little bit later. Then service reminders, you know, you'd love to be reminded that your car needs a service or your property needs evaluation, or maybe there's a new model of car or a new model of product that you would be able to trade in, you know, for get the newer version. Company birthday celebration. Let's say your company is another year older. You can go and send out and engage with these people and give them something. Give them something nifty that's going to make them really happy that they're going to do business with you, and they'll continue doing business with you. And again, you want to get them so happy that they tell their friends. And then annual check-in, you know, that, and always add some value. You know, you could give away free tickets to a sporting event, and you kind of wait until maybe 2 days before the event or the day before the event, and you phone some really VIP customers and you say to them, I've got tickets for this game, would you like them? Some of them might not be able to go, but they'll really, like, you know, they'd love the gesture of you offering those tickets, and eventually you'll give it to someone and they'll be so happy. And again, you want them to refer their friends to your business. And then you can try and give them incentives to update the information on the customer portal. Like you might give them a gift, or, you know, some credits or points, or a branded item. And there's lots of examples of how you can exceed expectations and build loyalty. Now I'm going to give you a live example of what is being used, and this is not usually done, but I'll show you exactly what happens where you use a CRM system and you get really good response from customers. So over here, I've put in some demo information into a live system, and you'll see that I'm documenting this person's birthday. We're going to call him Mickey Mouse. I've also documented that the person is alive, because you don't want to be automatically emailing someone if they've passed away. It also automatically tells me how old they are, which is really nice on the right-hand side there. Then I've also got a section where my assigned staff member, the agent that's dealing with this customer, you select who your agent is, you know, the staff member, and you can select an auto birthday email that it automatically emails Mickey for their birthday, and they really feel like the agent's been really proactive and typed the email up that morning. Then also you can have a birthday call reminder where it asks the staff member to maybe phone the customer, and then you can get an annual contact reminder. Then it reminds your staff member every year to contact the customer and just say, how you doing? You know, all that stuff adds to the customer experience and will keep them coming back, and they will tell their friends and their colleagues to use you. All right. Then also you can put in what we've got here is KIT, keep in touch reminders. If someone's a VIP or a sphere of influence, you've got SOI there, then you want to keep in touch with them every 3 months. You can assign that to even a telecanvasser or just a call agent that you employ per hour just to phone customers, you know, every 3 months to make sure they're happy and if they need any information or any services. And then also at the bottom there, we've got like a valuation reminder. So again, you can do reminders, and on the top right there, signature. So it's so many things that you can do with this technology to make the customer experience incredible. And you really want, the goal is to create what I call a promoting customer. And a promoting customer is, I'll just explain here. So you'll get a new customer that, you know, it will be introduced to your company by a promoting customer. And that'll be by word of mouth, social media recommendation. You know, when someone goes online and says, you know, I need a plumber, I need an electrician, who do you recommend? And then your friends will kind of say who they recommend. You want someone who recommends it on the post and also messages the person, says, listen, I've had the best, you know, service from this person. You must contact them. They're really good. That's the kind of person you want to create. And then you want them to become a repeat customer, someone that keeps coming back. So that new customer will keep coming back because of the great experience that they had first time. And then you want to make them a loyal customer. And they become loyal because you continually give them a great experience and you continuously improve that customer experience and you make them feel real special. And then that promoting customer, that's where they start promoting your customer to their friends and family and colleagues, because not only is the experience good, you really acknowledge and show appreciation for that customer. And I can tell you, with data privacy laws going into the future, it's going to be harder for people to buy a massive list of emails or a massive list of phone numbers and bulk message a whole bunch of people. You really need to focus on this customer experience so that you can really build this organic business that will feed your company into the future and help it grow, and you'll beat your competitors. So that's all I have today. I hope I didn't go over. Thank you so much for your time. And if you do have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask if that's possible. Otherwise, I'm sure the organizers can put you in touch with me if you do have any questions. And we do have our staff that are standing at the Zoho booth, so go and speak to them. They're very knowledgeable and can also assist you.
Thank you. Andrew is asking if there's a question from participants here. Do we have any questions? So Andrew can have it. Or you can email the questions since time is fast spent, right? All right, Sean. Because of time, we, have this done and dusted in no time. For the panel discussion, I'm going to be inviting of course, I'm going to be inviting Dr. Ayotunde Koka to come if he's here as one of the panelists. And Dr. Koka is Managing Director of RAC Center. Mr. Gbenga Nana, MDC, and of course the presenter.
The private cloud and the public cloud is the fact that there are two layers on the public cloud that don't exist on the private cloud. That's a security layer and what they call it's a provisioning layer where you are able to create your virtual machines yourself. Now, the key to the topic and what's been talked about today is the necessary skill to have these things. As you can imagine, if you imagine a cloud platform in 4 layers, the first 2 layers.
Backbone is partnering with Zadara to unleash cloud services in Nigeria. I wanted to take up is leveraging on Zadara's platform, or is it the other way around? What's that partnership about?
Okay, yes, partnership to the development of digitization of the assets or infrastructure. We have key players out there. You mentioned Zadara. The cloud services, cloud computing services. So why?
The shared towers now that support mobile telephony, and even for mobile data out there, they have shared tower services that also depend on power. Then you have, beyond the networks, then you have all the cloud services that enable your software as a service, so on. So, you see, the issue of power for data centers is a special one, because even if we had abundant power everywhere, okay,
the nodes is very critical to our infrastructure development, and ICSL, they know where I'm going to. What can we do?
You cannot process so much data, but at some point we would have to start. I think why Madam Ola was speaking, she said something about not having the overall coverage, which is true. When development starts, it starts in the urban area, then probably gradually goes to the suburban. But the rural area happens to be the one that is always lacking or always behind. But the truth is, great market comes from them. What is the population of Nigeria? And if you divide it by sector, the agricultural sector happens more in the rural area. People that produces local things come more from the rural area. And it's a time where we can actually leverage on export of other things. And technology, connectivity, infrastructure has a role to play. So like I was saying last week, that commitment can make you start a thing. Consistency can make you finish it. Collaboration will make it scale. Providers in Nigeria need to come together to collaborate. We cannot run away from it. No one individual can run an ISP business or a network service provider business. And like Madam Ola rightly said when she was saying, we work too much in silos because we want to all play. But the truth is that the big thing happens when we all come together. It's a single goal after all. It's just many players. So if you already have your right of way till the edge of, let's say, Ogun State, I'm just using as an instance, and I have the facility to probably make it go further, why don't we just come together and just join efforts to make that connection available out there? So I think to a very large extent, ISPs in Nigeria need to collaborate more. And we cannot run away from infrastructure, be it cybersecurity, cloud. How do people access the cloud? Is it not via internet? Who provides the service for internet? It's the service provider. They need to put the infrastructure, and Dr. Ayo rightly mentioned, power is the base of any network. You can have all of the best that you can have. If there is no power to, to service your infrastructure, it will not work. So I would say that that collaboration is very important to expand outside the usual urban area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You mentioned two key things that are very important. Now, one of them is, an example of how Alibaba is collaborating with the government of China. And then, talking about that specifically, in Nigeria today, I think Aderemi at some point also, and a couple of events we've attended in the parks, talked about policy building by the government, looking at government policies that they push out there. My question would be to Wenga. He plays in the private sector, he's doing a lot of things in his company and things like that. What can we do as players in the private sector? Because if you look at these wonderful gentlemen and ladies sitting here, we have only one person from the public sector. So there's a whole lot happening in the private sector in IT. But what are we doing in partnership with those of them in the public sector, in government, in politics, in governance, to ensure that policies are built, those documents are put in place to drive the economy in terms of IT?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nana. I feel very honored and very privileged to be here at this particular time. First of all, the reason why I say I'm very happy about it is a field man that suddenly finds himself in the office doing it well and relating with people in the office. It's very difficult. When I was start up, I don't know anything. I was working on the field, but I was
a game changer. I think what was quoted by the country manager of Microsoft, was about the hybrid working from home being a positive. I think like everything else here, there's a bit of a difference working in Nigeria and working from home. We're not really geared for that in terms of the fact that the homes are not geared to be with the necessary automation and such likes. And I think there was quite an adjustment when we first had the lockdown here. But notwithstanding, I think what the things that we have, you saw the growth of video conferencing, and also to mention Mr. Femi Williams here, and who's providing the video conferencing here. That's a local company. So I think there's more focus on that, and more, you'll see more of that, and a lot will be done in that. That even though we have the hybrid, there's going to be a lot more of people working like that. It's quite interesting. I remember 6-7 years ago in my previous job, one of my mandates was to reduce the travel, because at that time the company I was working for was spending 2 billion naira a year on travel, and they wanted to reduce that, and one of the drives to reduce that was video conferencing. So every new office that I built a video conferencing room, but it was not, there was not much focus on that. And look at us today. It's something that's, part and parcel. When you arrange a meeting, you're asking the question, are we meeting physically, or are we going to have a video conferencing meeting? So it's more an accepted way of life. And I think for us, we have our local issues to take it, if I have to go to a meeting, being on the island to the mainland, that's my whole day gone. But with video conferencing, I can do it in an hour and then move on to other things. So I think that's one of the key things you'll see. And of course, in terms of business, the new things coming on, the e-Naira, a lot of the fintech, a lot of what has been talked about. Tunde mentioned the unicorns. This year, there are more than 4 of them. All of that is dependent on everybody using the modern technology, cloud-based technology and all that. So that's the back end of it. Everything is going to be cloud. And there's going to be more and more use that it's going to creep into our day-to-day life, that everything we do will be using these things. So, which is why it's important what Tinade has said about collaboration, because we've got to cover the country. It's not just the metropolis, the villages and the far-flung areas need to be addressed in order for that inclusivity for everyday life and for the functionality. And I think that's what's been going on in terms of the financial inclusion, which has been going for a number of years. Everything has been in terms of how do you get to people, getting banking services, people getting money, and just things that will make everyday life easier. So I think there's no way we won't have that. And because of that, and because of the growth of that, and because of the localization, as Tunde mentioned, there's no way that there would be more data centers required and a more cloud platform. So I see a growth of cloud companies, a growth of data centers, and more use of that technology.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him again. Lastly, from my end, I want to go back to Galaxy Backbone. I think one of the concerns of people in the adoption of cloud computing is the fear of data colonization. You want to take us through that? And again, as an agency of the government, let's talk about laws. As a means to curb that, analysts are saying that African countries might begin to implement laws that might dwarf the growth, in this part of the world. Do you share this view?
Right. Okay. So can you take that question again?
Data colonization when it comes to the whole of cloud computing.
Okay. How about the second one?
Talking about laws, we might, because of that fear that people have, we might start implementing some kind of laws that might, stunt us, some sort of.
Right. Okay. Okay. Let me take the first question about data colonization. Right now, cloud computing obviously, encourages data security of data, backup of data, which obviously makes sure that you can recover from disaster quickly, so that your services does not get impacted and you don't lose money. Now, as a service provider, data colonization is not one of the things that we drive. Yes, we back up your data, we take your data, we make sure that we communicate to you very clearly that your data is secure, because we demonstrate security of the data. We have infrastructure in place that secures your data. And also, we make sure that you can access your data whenever you want it, in whatever format you want it, based on the agreement that we have with you. So we create a confidence, to make sure that, the service that we're providing to you with regards to your data is what you want, and we can also, tailor-made, for example, disaster recovery. There's what we call the recovery time objective and recovery point objective. For example, you're working on your laptop or your server, and you delete, a file that you have saved 3 years ago. Eventually you mistakenly delete the file today. And then you don't realize that the file is missing maybe until about 2 weeks afterwards, and then you come to us to say, okay, I can't find this file, blah 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 blah. So one of the things that we do, obviously, with regards to securing your data and backing up your data, is that we can recover that data for you. So you don't actually lose the file. As a service provider, we give you that confidence that your data is available whenever you want it. And with regards to laws and policies, okay, I really cannot speak much about laws and policy because NIDA, which is the agency that is responsible for bringing policies in. But I don't know if any of you know about the GDPR, the data protection? Yes, and NDPR, yes. So the NDPR is Nigerian Data Protection Regulation. Kind of make sure that there's a data officer for every organization, irrespective of the organization, both public and private, to make sure that they secure, they look after the data for you, and they don't share a data that is not meant to be shared. So we're talking about compliance and all that. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Very interesting. So Tunde, back to you. Talking about building resilience infrastructure, and you've mentioned about power when you spoke earlier. Now, one of the things, in fact, I got that question this morning. I had a partner that just flew in yesterday, and I was trying to talk to him about my own data center and cloud exchange. And the first thing that he asked me is, how do you guys manage power? Right? So, do you still think, how do you explain, how do you talk, what have you put in place in your data center, and what should be put in place across the entire infrastructure space to make people trust that irrespective of our power challenge in this country, that we've actually got it right?
If you just see the output justifies the input, right? So the service is the output. We've provided 100% uptime since launch. That's what matters to the customer. And that's it. Don't worry about my own problems. My job is to deliver it to you, right? And that's
yes, I agree.
Yeah.
You need to clap to that, yes.
Yeah. So when some people say to me, oh gosh, you promised, no, we deliver 100% uptime service, high quality customer service, and those are the outputs that matter. You sleep, you rest, know that we're dealing. In fact, some people, corporates want to build data centers in this day and age, and I don't understand it. So giving CIOs coaching to say, look, the one way you can distract yourself in your career, this day and age when we have high quality data centers where you can collocate, carrier neutral, all the carriers are there and stuff like that, is to build a data. It's a distraction. It's a waste of the company's capital. It takes months and months to build it. You don't have the core competencies to deliver yourself the 100% uptime output, right? And every time there's something about COVID, for instance, in one go we were able to get the critical facility infrastructure approvals to get our people to start. Our customers just had to, did you have to worry about anything with, you didn't even have to worry about COVID, right? But some people had to worry about COVID. How do we get people in and stuff like that? When you have enough of your front-end business to satisfy your own customers to worry about. Okay, so we always say power is not your own problem, it's my problem. Now, on the back end side of it, what we do is this, it's a core competency for us. We know the engineering of the power delivery that we need. If it's diesel, if it's gas, it's not straightforward, it's complicated. But that's why we are in the business we are. We worry about the complicated bits. You just worry about the output of 100% uptime and what you enjoy. And that's the way I express it.
Thank you very much. Very, very well. So, again, Tinu, you talked about partnership earlier, which I so much agree in, because we can't develop this economy ICT-wise if there is no partnership. Now, how can we leverage on these partnerships, our individual capabilities bundled together to serve the SMB businesses? Now, naturally, it's easier to, someone was telling me that once you open an IT company in Nigeria, make all the bank CIOs your friend and you are good to go. But everybody forgets that there's that young guy out there who is a software developer trying to push something that revolutionizes this industry, the country, the economy, everything. How can we, or what are we doing, or what are you doing, to ensure that we are able to, while focusing on the big fishes in the market, we are also making platforms available for the SMBs?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Truth be told, except an enabling environment is created, right? That is what will make one just hit the ground running, particularly for SMEs. But not to say or discount the fact that, like, let me just speak for ICSL now. And thankfully for gatherings like this, when you come, you meet people who also play in similar field or things you need. What SMEs need to take advantage of is the fact that know who are the players in what you need. I tell you, if you have a good, let me say you have something good to sell, by the time you go through 1, 2, 3 persons or companies, they will definitely identify with it. Let me give you a good instance. There is this thing about skill exports right now in Nigeria, right? And there's a particular company, as we speak, that trains young chaps in STEM and export them for jobs, either remote jobs or... How do you think they were able to launch this? All they had to do is to work with some other partners that can provide probably internet, give them like buildings for hostel, and they are doing it really well. And now a lot of people are buying into the idea, and I would not be surprised tomorrow I hear they are also listed as a unicorn company, because the truth is that they have something to sell. It's about identifying the need. If you are able to solve that problem, it will attract people that will buy into it. That's number one. Number two is the intentionality about the whole of this thing we're talking about. Are we as a people or as an ecosystem even intentional to grow the infrastructure, to grow the digital economy? And not saying, last time I checked, to see if we still have some of the financial institutions that we have to travel to telehouse in London before coming back to Nigeria to assess them. And that's the truth. I had about 120 milliseconds, 112 milliseconds. Meanwhile, I was trying to ping Google and I was having about 10 milliseconds. What has Google done differently? What has Microsoft or Facebook done differently? They know where the market is and they go for it. When you have not even been able to localize what you have for people to assess it locally, how do you want to talk about the growth? The SME probably has the funding, and the next thing is they want to put their cloud services out there, not even there. So it's not even just about the capital flight. It's the journey. We have to journey every time. We do all of this because we are not intentional about the growing. So for SMEs, for even the establishments, so it still goes back to that collaboration. We need to see like we have a single focus. We are just multiple players. We doesn't take anything from anyone. If you have what I need, I go to you. Between the course of last month and now from an event, I've had to meet with like 2 companies. And what are we discussing? What do you have that I don't have? What do I have that you can take advantage of? That is how the business works. When the federal government or NIDA was capitalizing on financial institutions should have their data localized, we had to run to Rack Center. We had to run to other providers that you have, or these players are coming to meet you. That's simply how it works. It's a no-brainer, right? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So we would be rounding it up at this point. And you guys will agree with me that it's been a wonderful session. The lady and gentleman has done justice to this. It's obvious that we in Nigeria, we in Africa, we have the infrastructure. We have the capacity to actually build more infrastructure. You could see that at Rack Center. You can see that at Cloudflex. You can see that all across. We have the connectivity. We have the providers. We have the enabling environment to make this happen. It's a no-brainer. We've got the technology. And the interesting part, just like Tunde said, is our business as people in ICT to handle the complex problem, to handle the complex situation. The most important part of it is to trust us that we have the capability to actually meet your need when you come to us. Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady, once again. And it's always a pleasure to have having you guys around.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Don't go away. Group photograph, please. Thank you all. One more session after the group photograph, please. Don't go away. That's very important. So let's have the ladies in the middle. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to quickly have some presentations now. And so before we bring on Olishei for the final presentation, we're going to have Dr. Koka to please come, please. You play basketball? Okay. All right, this is the Digital Transformation Project Award, and I'd like Dr. Koka to present it to Notion Technology.
Well, congratulations. So it's my pleasure to present this award to you, the Digital Transformation Project Award. I have to turn it this way so you can see. Let me take this off a bit. So, yeah. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. So this is the next one. Okay, the next award.
Okay, this is the ICT Infrastructure Provider Data Center of the Year, presented to Medallion Communications. Anyone from Medallion Communications here?
We'd like to invite you around to
As they say, do they have an on behalf here?
Medallion is here? Okay.
Well, congratulations. That's for the ICT Infrastructure Provider Data Center of the Year. Congratulations, Medallion Communications.
Thank you. Business intelligence Okay, Tunda, I think you...
Okay, it's award for the Business Intelligence Software Company of the Year, and the award goes to Zoho Corporation. I'm sure there's someone from Zoho here, although they've been very, very present. Congratulations.
Okay, next up.
Next one. The award for Cloud Innovator of the Year, and the award goes to Layer 3. Layer 3. Congratulations, Layer 3. Cloud Innovator of the Year. Yep, very visible in the communications as well, with Business Day, adverts and stuff like that. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. You got one more, I guess.
Okay, the award for the Data Protection Compliance Organization of the Year, that goes to Digital Encode. Digital Encode, and yeah, quite an icon company on security, and well done over the years. Great reputation. Congratulations. They set the bar for security over the last years. Best Cloud Infrastructure Company of the Year to Cloudflex Computing Services Limited. This is becoming the icon of cloud in West Africa now. Remy, well done. Congratulations.
Nice one. Okay.
And then the Hybrid Cloud Services Achiever Award goes to Galaxy Backbone. Galaxy Backbone Limited. Well done. Yes. Yes. And Timmy is on the Africa Data Center Association board. He's the treasurer.
Okay, let me take the mic from you while you stay. You stay. The next award is to the most efficient data center of the year. And I'd like to invite Peter and, Peter to announce this. You stay there. Okay, stay in the middle. No, Peter, you stay here. Okay. And the winner is?
Of course, Rack Center.
Yeah. Okay, both of you should hold it with him. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations for coming. Yeah. Okay, now we having our next presentation, and this is the last for the day. Blockchain technology, a tool to accelerate African continental free trade area, and there's going to be presented by none other than Olusegun Akinde, who is the chief technical officer. Just like a background, the landmark continental free in the world measured by the number of participating countries. It connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined gross domestic product, GDP, valued at $34 trillion. Now, amongst its many other objectives, potentially to uplift 30 million people out of extreme poverty. Shey is going to do justice to this topic, and is going to put our hands together for Shey. Clap very well, not like somebody who needs lunch. Thank you, sir.
So all I need for, there was, I think it was the Galaxy Backbone man whose presentation was not opening, and I had to use a backup. In IPFS, once you have it online, it will never fail because it addresses that content. That content is always there and is always replicated across the internet. So it doesn't matter whether it is there at that point in time or not, you would have access to it, which is what a lot of the blockchain technology is coming to do, and we need to understand it. And I'm happy that I was given this kind of topic because most times when we talk about blockchain technology, we usually talk about the technology in and of itself. We hardly talk about use cases and how we can leverage the technology to empower ourselves. And everybody here, I think the take home at the end of the day will be how you yourself can actually leverage the technology. And I don't know if there are regulators in here too. I would have loved if they were part of it, so that they would also understand that we cannot regulate this kind of technology with current mindsets. We need to channel, we need to have a push payments as opposed to pull. Transaction integrity, non-repudiation. That means that you cannot say you did not receive the payment. Single shared.
Our last speaker.
Everybody for their contribution on what they are doing in the Nigerian tech space. So quickly, because we've spent quite a lot of time here, and I appreciate those of us that are still here, I will just talk on the user perspective of blockchain security. I'm not going to be talking much. Some years ago, a desktop computer had just about 128 MB. Please, can you bring up the slide? And about 10 gig of storage space. If you were opportuned to have seen computers in those days, it was a big challenge then to just transfer a file. But as at then, that was the best we even knew. So we were happy and comfortable with what we had. That was just some years ago. Then I was opportune to have seen Windows 95. I don't know how many of us remember Windows 95. So years back, that was the best we had. And in my community of about 40 estates somewhere in Ojo, I was the only student that knew how to operate a computer. Now, in a community of about 40 estates, People that want to type letters have to come to our house, and I was like the genius. Everybody had to queue to do that. We migrated from doing that for neighbors into having a business center. And at the business center, many people were coming to us to have their documents typed, printed, signed, and sent to maybe Abuja or Benin for their documents to have, maybe they want to do quotation or they want to have a contract and all that. That was the reality then. There were no file sharing, just like Shay and other people have shared here. Then we couldn't talk about digital transformation. Digital transformation is a new word. Digital economy, these are new words that are coming up now. 10, 20 years ago, there was virtually nothing like that. But today we are seeing these things. I'm taking you on a journey, we are going somewhere. Now, with our smartphone, you can have up to 512 gig. Now, formerly, please follow me, your system, your desktop that you had then was about 10 gigabytes. Today, you can have up to 512 gig on your smartphone. I'm not talking about a desktop anymore. Some desktops can do up to 2 terabytes. From that, we've been able to get higher capacity data. You can actually store more files now on a smartphone and you keep in your pocket. We are going somewhere with that. Some years ago, for you to carry out basic, very basic banking transaction, you need to walk into a bank, fill out some forms, if you want to do a deposit or if you want to make a withdrawal. They will give you something like a jotter. It's called a passbook, a savings book, or whichever you want. Now, we still know that there are checkbooks, but previously, you need to have a savings book, which you have to keep and guard very well. With that, you can make your banking transactions. But now, all you need do is, at the comfort of your home, right, you can send money to someone, and the person can send money to you without stepping into a bank, isn't it? That now takes us to a question. Are you a bank? Since you can send, you can receive, you can do peer-to-peer lending. So you can be called a pseudo bank, actually. You know, it's taking us somewhere. With all of that happening in our devices, we are now the new threats. We are now the new targets to threats. Because it is easier for someone to target me as an individual than targeting an institution. We are going somewhere with that. In this my mobile device, I have what they call digital assets. Please, can you go to the slide? Showing digital assets, the 5 or 6 cubes. On my device, I have digital assets. One of the digital assets is social record. The next slide. Social record. On one of my digital assets. The next slide, please. The next. Yes, please. The green one is the business record. Now, on your social record, everything you do on social media is there. The chats you have with friends, family, loved ones, business chats, they are there on your social record. Your business records, transactions, quotations, invoices, payments, they are there. Medical records, very important. Your medical records, when you go, because we've not really gotten there yet, but eventually we are going to get there. So you go to a hospital, all your test results, right? They're in electronic format, and you should be able to access them. So you can also have them on your mobile devices, isn't it? Religious records, the books you read, the prayer points you have in Africa, really want to pray, you store them, you know. It's there on your mobile device. Your career records. So you are studying online and all of that. Your results, you can access the database of your school. You can download your results, or you graduate from a particular course, the university send your results to you. You have them all stored on this device. You also have your financial records, the money you send to people, the money you receive, the money you have not sent that is in your account. They are all on this device, isn't it? Next slide, please. This now makes you the new target. The target has moved from all those old desktop computers. The target has moved to you. How secure are you? We are talking about the digital transformation. It's going to pose new threats. However, many of us as end users are not considering these threats. The problem will not be with our big data centers because they have all the form of unified threat management and all that. They are working day and night to ensure that their infrastructure is safe. Next slide, please. You as the end user, you are the new target. But there's something that just came up, which he mentioned, which is the distributed ledger technology, also known as blockchain. Now we can say the blockchain promises data asset security because of multiple or simultaneous real-time distribution across multiple devices. If you know how the blockchain runs, a single data identity or data asset is replicated on multiple clients or multiple nodes, isn't it? So that if it leaves my system, I cannot say that I can replicate it. That's what ensures the security of blockchain, because everybody has a copy. For instance, I have a piece of land and I sell that land to Dr. Sheyi. I cannot come back again to claim that land, as we usually know in some places they call Omonile. We come and say, this person that bought this land is not the owner of the land. It's somebody else that owns the land. Now with the blockchain, the moment I make that payment, or I make that transaction occur, Sheyi has made the payment to me for that piece of land, that document, maybe from the land registry, is replicated on multiple nodes. So everybody, immediately we know that that land that used to belong to Jude has left Jude's possession, is now Sheyi's own. However, there is a place where the repository is going on, because this has to do with hybrid blockchains, either a private or a public blockchain, or a combination of both. Now, for me to even access that, I have to go through a process, a wallet, or a platform that is being provision for all of us to go in and do that transaction. That now brings us to somebody having or gaining access to your digital asset. So there's a guy, next slide please. There's a guy that is sitting somewhere, whichever country, whichever state, or wherever on earth, and the guy is saying, I have access to your digital assets. But the blockchain is telling us that we cannot be hacked. In the fireside chat, we're going to be asking questions about, can a blockchain be hacked? Because that is what many people are scared about. That's what government is talking about. So we thought we were going to have time, but in the near future, if we have another opportunity, we can look at that. So somebody says that he has access to your digital assets. What is that person trying to say? The person is saying that he can gain access to your account. The way they can gain access to your account is through your private key. Please, can you step back like 2 slides that showed our digital assets? The one that showed our digital assets, the 6 hexagons. Now, thank you. Somebody says he has the access to your digital assets. In other words, that person has access to your social media records. That person can have access to your business records, to your medical records, to your religious records, to your career records, to your financial records. And because most of us are very lazy with the way we protect our digital assets, now follow me, I'm not talking about the providers. It is the end users. The problem is usually with the end users, because human beings are usually the weakest point. We don't pay attention. We see stuffs on social media. We see a mail that says you can get 1 e-naira, for instance, when e-naira is eventually launched. Mails like that will start coming out that government is giving anti-pandemic grant. Click on this link and you will get 1,000 e-naira. People start clicking on such links and start putting in their email addresses, start putting in their passwords, thinking they are on an original or authentic government website. Do you know those bad actors will wait? They might not even do anything immediately. And you feel you've given your details, you're expecting your money. 2 a.m., you start getting debit alerts from one of your banks. It happens. These are the new realities that are going to happen. By the time e-naira is eventually launched, give it 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, if it is going to be launched anyway, you start seeing new threats coming from there. So how are we paying attention? So can we go forward now to where we have the hacker? How are we paying attention to these threats? One of the ways is, next slide, we have to consider 2 factors, either security or privacy. When one of the speakers was talking about flying to Lagos and coming through one of the airlines, coincidentally I was in Abuja and I returned yesterday, and I used that same airline. I looked through the window and I saw something very interesting. All the planes I saw at the tarmac, all of them were all the same Boeing A300, all the same model. But something was different about that particular airline. They kept to time. You know, the plane was clean, they were courteous, they were providing customer experience. So when you go to carry out a transaction, the truth is, there are some things we can't really say about. I think if you look closely, almost all the banks may be running on the same software back end, I don't know. But it's the experience you have with one bank that want to make you stay with them. It's the sense of security you think you have with one bank that want to make you transact with them. It's the speed of transaction with one bank that want to make you continue going to them. So when we are talking about digital transformation, it is the experience you are going to have in terms of privacy, in terms of speed, in terms of security, right? So there's this question between security and privacy. What factor is more important to you? If you are going for a service in the digital world, what is more important to you? Is it privacy? Is it security? Next slide. Now, some people say that security is more important than privacy. Some other people feel that privacy to them is more important than security. They don't want to know if the channel if the platform is secure or not. They just want to know that if they are sending money to somebody to buy something, they don't want that transaction to be made public, isn't it? Next slide, please. Now, so we have what we call the transaction triangle. In the transaction triangle, some schools of thought say if it is confidential and it is secure, then it won't be fast. Some other people will say that if it is confidential and it is fast, it won't be secure. Then some other people will say that if it is secure and fast, it is not confidential. The question is, how do we have these three in one? How can we have a platform where your transaction is confidential, is fast, and is also secure? If you are going, for instance, to a data center, whether it's a rack center or a layer 3 or digital Galaxy backbone or whichever of them, one of the things you'll be asking yourself is, my information, my data there, is it confidential? When I need it back, is it going to be fast? When I need to get something from them, is it going to be fast? Then when I leave it with them, is it secure? I don't want a situation where tomorrow I go there and they say something happened and they couldn't get it back. You heard our man from Galaxy Backbone saying, even if it's after 2 months, you mistakenly deleted the file, you can call them up, right? And they can pull out that information and give it to you. In other words, it is secure, it's there. Next slide. So there's a rule of thumb for personal users, right, end users, on a digital platform. The first rule of thumb is you must not reveal your private key to anyone. For instance, if I'm hosting something on any of the data centers, they will give me an access key. I shouldn't reveal the access key to anyone. Now, companies have different resource persons handling access to their data centers. So they run shifts. At the point where I'm logging in, I'm using that code to log in so that I can connect to those data centers to get resources for the company. When I'm not on duty, I'm not at work, should I send my secure login to a colleague to help me get files so that the company can continue working? Those are questions that the CISOs should answer. Those are things that border on company policies because we see it. We see people tell colleagues, okay, please, this is my username and my password. Can you quickly help me log in, get this file for this company and send it? They have compromised their security. Now, because of the new normal, people work remotely. Instead of working from the office where you have all the firewalls and all that, people are working from home. They are using one ISP from somewhere, or they buy a SIM card from somewhere and they plug it into all these mobile routers and they are connecting to their company's network. They are sending files, or they are using one shared, which is even the most common now. So people go to hotels and cafes or ask their neighbor, can you give me access to your Wi-Fi key? And they are using those Wi-Fi access, right, to connect to their company's network to do corporate work. Whereas those Wi-Fi access can be easily compromised by somebody sitting somewhere in a car, using a laptop somewhere and connecting to it, and that person is now doing what they call man in the middle and getting everything. I traveled somewhere and I needed to quickly send quotation to somebody. I connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi and I sent the quotation. The person called me back. I was out of Nigeria. The person called me back and said, what is going on? I said, I don't understand. I've sent you the quotation. Haven't you seen it? He said he has received over 25 quotations from several sources. How? The hotel's Wi-Fi, somehow somebody is sitting behind, I wouldn't know, connected to it, saw my quotation, And many of them started sending quotations, from outside Nigeria, sending quotations to the same client that they can provision the same service to the person at a very ridiculous price. I had to call the person and say, kindly ignore. Somebody has intercepted the email. Because I didn't even go with my laptop, so I quickly had to do some other things and resent the mail in a secure form. These things are real, and they'll be getting more real as we go more into the cloud. So these are things you need to think of to secure yourself. So for your private key, you don't need to share it with anybody. There's something called paper wallet for those that will be doing blockchain, as Shei mentioned. You have to take your private key or your login access out of the cloud, put it in an offline form, right? So when next you want to connect, you can refer to it and connect. There's also another type. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides. There's another wallet called the hardware wallet. I have a sample of it here. So with this hardware wallet, I can save all my passwords here. Even if my computer is hacked, for instance, or my phone is hacked, they will not see anything there because it is saved here. Now, for me to even log onto my platform with this hardware wallet, I need 2 forms of passwords. So a password will be sent to my email, then another one will be shown you. This is just like your bank token. So this is a hardware wallet, right? So with this, I can now reconnect to my platform. The reason why I showed you all those digital assets, assuming it's medical record, I can use this to connect to a hospital to get my medical record. I can use this to connect to a bank to get my financial record. I can use this to connect to a school to get my academic record. So we will get to a point in the near future where we can all collaborate all of these resources and have a platform like this where we can secure it. It's also an opportunity for cheap producers in Nigeria. I don't think we have any yet. Some are coming up. These are business opportunities where we can start having things like this produced in country. For the platform producers, how they can get something like paper wallets. Next slide, please, to show, let them see the hardware wallet. So those are examples of hardware wallets. Then next slide, there's also the software kind of protection, which is the 2-factor authentication. Above that, or going further from that, is the multi-factor authentication. So multi-factor authentication talks beyond 2. So you can have up to 3, you can have up to 4, you can have up to 5. And there are some examples of the 2-factor authentication there: Authy, Duo, Google Authenticator, LastPass, Microsoft Authenticator, and all of that. So finally, there's a real-life scenario here where somebody was hacked. The next slide. Somebody was hacked, and he put it up on Facebook for people to learn. So he said this, that apparently blockchain.info wallet has been experiencing some serious phishing attacks. Mind you, this thing happened 2019, but this is 2021, and it's still relevant. So if it's relevant now, that means we have not even experienced more of such things. Now, when this person was hacked, he said, unfortunately, one of his accounts was hacked. And coming all the way down, he said as at then, he had about 6.4 Bitcoin. If you know the value of Bitcoin now, 1 Bitcoin is about $50,000. So multiply that by 6.4, 6 times. So we're talking about over $300,000. Then now convert that to our beloved Naira. We know we're talking about good money there. So the middle charts there said, he says someone can actually receive SMS on their phone through OTP. Now, because I had mentioned that some people go to social media or they see mails and they click things, already your email had been compromised. Your SMS can be compromised because they call customer service and they will tell, that is the bad actors, they will tell customer service that they misplaced their phone and please, can you send a one-time password to my email? Because your email has been compromised, is that your email they are telling the bank, the financial institution, or the hospital, or even the university to send a one-time password to that email? It might be your email. So they receive it on the stolen email or the harvested email, and they change the access and get access into your financial records or your medical records. Now, can you imagine if you were going for an interview and on getting there, you don't have any trace of medical history? The person, your interviewer or the HR department will say, were you not existing before? So your digital presence can actually be wiped off to make you not gain access to something, and you'll be denied the opportunity. Imagine if you are going to the airport, and you arrive at the airport, and they are checking your immigration record, and they see there somebody that wants you to go down, a nefarious person, can actually put there that you've been arrested before. And immigration say, young man, please, can you stand here? We can see in your record that you've been arrested before for carrying drugs. And you say never in your life, you've never seen something like that. Those are the new threats that will be coming. You can go somewhere and you are beginning to rise, and somebody sees that this person should be a target. We experienced that with one of our companies that is in the real estate sector, and their website was taken down, and some unscrupulous things were posted on their website, and that was the particular day they were having a project defense to help a client get a very big property. It was almost a mess. But good thing, their IT team were on ground to quickly battle it, and get it resolved. So challenges like this, threats like this are reality that we are going to be facing. So it's important that we take these threats, these new threats, seriously. Secure your devices. There are many ways to secure your devices. Bring it down to the minimum. Antivirus is not enough because some of these antiviruses are even old. Threats come up every day. So even though you have antivirus, you need to update it. There's something beyond antivirus, which is the internet security, which goes beyond just the virus, because there's something called the phisher. Now your antivirus may not even recognize the phisher as a threat, but you have it in your system, and it is harvesting information from your phone. Because of the need or the desire to download free apps, free this, most of the free apps are harvesting and stealing information from you. Just imagine you want to download a calculator app. And a calculator app is asking you for access to your contact, access to your images, access to your location. Calculator app. You should know that there's something fishy there. You want to download a torchlight app or an alarm app or something, and they are asking you to grant them access to things on your phone that you know they shouldn't be asking for. You should know that's threat waiting. But some people, because they want free things, they quickly download all these apps, and on the back end, things start happening, start accessing your information, and tomorrow you start crying that platform producers are not securing their platforms. I don't think the issue or the challenge is actually with platform producers, but end users. So with this, I just quickly want to bring this to a conclusion and encourage us that as we go into the digital world and we are embracing digital transformation, we should also play our part to keep ourselves safe online. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead, put your hands together for Jude. Great one, Jude. All right, so we've come to the end of today's proceedings. Thank you so much. In wrapping up, we have someone who's been sitting here very quietly. Somebody I've known in the industry over a decade. Now there's a new innovation that he's brought that is going to replace your normal Zoom, the Nigerian version of Zoom, and it's called Connect. For your meetings, for your conferencing, for your webinar, for your e-learning. It's an amazing, amazing experience. The CEO of New Waves Ecosystem Limited, Mr. Femi Williams, is here. He's just going to talk to us, and then we invite Chike to take the vote of thanks. Yeah. Okay. Okay, briefly, can you just come share with us what this innovation is all about?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Odejimi. Standing on the existing protocol. So I'm here to present. I'm here to present a platform to you called Connect. So what is Connect? Why Connect? And what is Connect here for? So the use cases of Connect. So Connect is an amazing virtual experience where you can use to for meetings, remote work, webinar, conferencing, live classroom. Why do we bring in Connect? Because we know there are other platform out there that they are doing well. But the reason why we are having Connect is we are in Nigeria and we understand the situation of Nigeria very well. And we also know that we pay more for data. That means I'm talking about the internet connectivity. Speaking to people out there in India, America, the amount they pay for internet connectivity is low to what we are paying here in Nigeria. So we bring this together and say, what about having a platform whereby that consume less data for you to have your meetings? And what about having a platform that's anywhere you go, you can still connect. Even if you have a bad bandwidth, you can still connect and make your section. Because looking at it, there are some areas where you can't have a meeting. Thank God for Lagos. Lagos have enough internet up and that's why you bring in Connect. Connect, even if you're having a bad network, your internet is not stable, Connect is there to help you because it consumes less data. Also, we understand Nigeria system and we are Nigerians. So we also know that, assuming I want to share a screen or share a video from YouTube, I'll be playing the video from YouTube. It will be consuming my data and also sharing from maybe the other, I don't want to mention name, from other application, also consuming other data. Instead of that, why don't you just provide a link to Connect and Connect stream the video from YouTube and display it to everyone. And also giving them controls to pause, to lower the volume and control quality. Because I know I'm here in Lagos, I can have a definition while somebody in Ogun State, you need to switch to maybe 360 or 480 so as to consume less data. So that's why we're having that. So what our USP, we do what others do, but we also triumph in some areas. We record all activities. Apart from the video and the audio that we record, we also record charts. We record presentations and any other thing you do on Connect. You can always play them back. Also, branding, we support branding. On the meeting page, you can upload a logo, you can upload a banner that will show to everyone. Instead of having Connect logo up and down, you can be having your own meeting banner. Let's assume I'm meeting with GTB. We just upload their logo, and when they come into the room, they'll be seeing GTB. So they know this meeting is for them. Also, you don't need to download. What you just need to just click on the link, enter your name and your email, then you are in. So we don't just build the platform and sit down and then be looking. We are improving it, knowing that we need to keep up with the pace and we have to do things to triumph in this red ocean that we are. So we have smart board. So within the application, you can annotate. For example, for the live classroom, I can be teaching in that classroom and be drawing. And also I can be having technical meeting and I will be annotating maybe the server, talking about the cloud space, even on the platform. You also have Connect Invite. You can invite user, and statistically, we see that people doesn't really open emails anymore. People chat more, and people forget to attend meetings. So in our Connect version 2.1, we release a WhatsApp invite, whereby you can send invites from our platform to user. So and it delivers to their WhatsApp messenger. And from there, they can click on the link and join the meeting room. We also have virtual background. And also you can use it for example, the PTA meetings. Most of people are deprived of having PTA meetings because I'm working in Lagos. Before I can take my ride, getting to the school, time will have gone, or even my boss is not even giving me a chance to. With Connect, you can have access to that PTA meeting wherever you are in your office, opening maybe your tablet or your computer in front. You are seeing what they are doing over there. You can talk, they can hear you, and then what they are saying also can interact back. So, and also we also have event pre-registration. Also on Connect now, in the version 2.1, you can just enable a link, set the date and time you want to have an event, and then you give you a link. Sending the link to users, users can click on it and enter their details and register. So on your dashboard, you will see people that have registered, and there's also a reminder that will remind them that, oh, you have a meeting, or you registered so this particular date, so you can keep up. Also, we have attendance log. Anyone that attends your meeting, you can always go over them again, and then maybe you want to send an invite to them, or you want to just thank them for coming or for attending the section. Is also available on Connect. Also, we have version 3. Version 3 is coming soon. I can say it's an office suite and also a society suite, but I won't be telling you the details yet. The press will be doing justice to that. Also, for attending this event, without taking much of our time, rounding up, and for attending this event, we are going to offer everyone a free 6-month pro plan. As soon as you just register on our website, just on the contact says, just let us know or push the hashtag AfriTECH2021. So we are going to upgrade your account to 6-month pro so that you have unlimited access. And for complaint and issue, maybe you have an issue or you have feedback, because we love feedback a lot, and that is what is helping us. When we get the feedback from here, we just look at it and do our research and then release it out. Because it's built in Nigeria, we don't need to wait for people over there, maybe in India, or trying to be doing forth and back. No, it's built here in Nigeria, and we can always modify anything to make things work. So in case you have an enterprise solution or you want to integrate with us, we have API. You want to integrate with us so that maybe from your application or from your website, people just get in without need to be coming to Connect. It's also available. You can always reach out to us. So Connect remains amazing virtual experience. Thank you.
Please, let's give him a big round of applause. Great presentation there. Thank you so much. Connect. So now you know we have our own, and let's go all out to support our own, and we'll continue to promote our own. Congratulations, Connect. At this point, Chike for the closing remarks. Let's appreciate Chike. Great job they have done today. All right.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Connect, there's an offer you are giving to us. Unfortunately, you didn't announce it when the hall was full. I expected you to have announced that the 6 months offer you are giving to us as a participant at this conference, but it's at the tail end of the section that you're announcing it. Anyway, maybe you mixed it up. Then I have to thank each and every one of us. It's amazing. The last 4 presentations, they are very innovative and disruptive. If we had known, we would have brought it earlier so that people will benefit from this presentation. It's regrettable that we reserved the best last when we would have played it up. Then lunch is served from here. Then after my vote of thanks, there's going to be a media section. All journalists, we have our team, the premium sponsor, Zoho, they want to talk to journalists. So if you're a journalist, you have to wait behind. There's going to be a section for that. So I need to thank each and every one of us. AfriTech Alliance Forum, this is not our first edition, but this is our first edition with this name. In 2019, we had Moditech, so Mobile Disruptive Technology Forum. So we decided to change the name to African Tech Alliance Forum. So what we'll be experiencing going forward is this platform, so which is powered by tech economy. So, and this is our first outing with this name, and we believe by next year we are going to do something bigger than this.
So we thank NCC, NIDA, and all the companies that supported us and also sponsored this event. So we are happy with your effort, and I think you are also satisfied with what we're able to give. So I say thank you on behalf of African Tech Alliance Forum. Thank you, and see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Please, lunch is served. Once you go outside to your right, walk down straight. So those of us who are here, please come over for a photograph. Thank you. Safe trip back to your various destinations.
Hello, Andrew. Hello, Andrew, can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, we can hear you.
Yes, again, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There's a little bit of an echo. There might be two microphones that are unmuted.
Yes, because I'm speaking to you, that's why I have the echo. So, in the next 2 minutes, we are going live with the press conference. Are you set now?
Sorry?
Are you set?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you so much for
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much for this, for waiting for us. I know that the time is quite fast spent. Sorry we are doing this press conference a bit later than expected. It wasn't the way we planned it, but the press conference is important that you do it because we want the media to actually understand what Zoho is doing, your solutions, and they're able to pass the message across to people. So we have here the media from the Nigeria Communications Week. We have people from eWorld magazine. We have people from Business Metrics. We have people from Tech Economy, of course. And we have eBusiness Life magazine. They are here. So we are waiting for you to give us the message. What's the message from Zoho? And from there, we can then ask questions if questions occur. Thank you. This is your time. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So I'm sure everyone's aware Zoho is a global technology company, and we've got more than 70 million users that use our technology and trust our technology. And so what we're doing is we know that strong, office and team within Nigeria, and then we will then train trainers to then train other people and then slowly, organically grow our presence in the region. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Andrew, for that introduction. This we are just going to have quick questions
from the journalists here.
Tell us your name and
Please tell us your name and the platform you represent.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ugo Anwanso, and I write for Nigerian Communications Week. Mr. Andrew, I want to know what Zoho would do. That is, companies that are having problems with their customer service, how can Zoho help and solve that issue? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So customer service is a big thing, and I spoke about customer service and customer experience in my presentation. And the one benefit about Zoho is, number one, it's the most affordable technology. If you look at comparative technologies, we always come out as more affordable. And Zoho also has this package deal called Zoho One, which I've had experience in implementing 15 of the apps that come in that bundle. The bundle has 45, more than 45 apps in it, but I've got the experience of putting 15 apps into a business. And what it does is those apps plug into each other. They integrate into each other, like building a puzzle. And there you've got your information that moves very easily between the apps. So you can have your CRM as your center application, and you can plug in Zoho surveys. And there you can then send out surveys to your customers and get feedback, and it all sits inside the CRM, but it's using another standalone app called Zoho Survey. The same with Zoho Social. If you want to manage your social media, you can plug that into your CRM. And again, you can communicate, you can post on your social media channels. And another very important app is Zoho Desk. It's a support desk application. And I mean, we've got many different use cases for that. And what happens is when an email comes in, or if it comes in on an online form, or if it comes in off a live chat, it logs it as a ticket. And that communication gets a ticket number, like an ID number. And then all communication after that, it's under that one ID number, so that customers, companies can track a customer query. Or it could be, like, say, an audit of a municipality, where the auditor wants to ask a question about the financials of a municipality. They can use Zoho Desk to track the communication on that one query. So, and I've only mentioned a few of the applications. Zoho's also got Zoho Books, which is the finance module. And we've also got a complete office suite. So we've got Zoho Writer, Sheet, and Show, which is Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. And it works with Microsoft Documents. So you can open up a Word document, you can edit it, and you can save it back to a Word document if you want to. Same with Excel and PowerPoint. So you see all these 45 plus apps, I mean, it's more than 50 apps now. They plug into each other and they form this ecosystem that just makes it so much easier for businesses to operate. And then the customer experience is the knock-on effect of that. When you phone a company and you ask them, listen, I've been dealing with this person and I need help. Sometimes they're like, oh, I need to phone that person. With Zoho, you can go into the system and you can see what notes have been made. You can see the communication in one place, and you can answer that person. And also, if a staff member leaves the company, everything's in one place. You can continue to give a good customer experience and a customer service. So, yeah, and the list is long. I mean, we've got Zoho Sign for digital signatures, Zoho Forms for form building, Zoho Projects for project management, and the list goes on. So to answer your question, Zoho is there to make technology affordable. So our main goal is to make world-class technology affordable to people, and also to allow companies to offer a really good customer experience. And we've also fixed our prices in local currency, which really help the local businesses. And you can be a one-person business and you just pay a per-employee fee to have access to the package deal of more than 45 apps. So you can actually make your business look like an enterprise because you've got live chat, digital signatures, but in fact, you're a one-person business. So there's huge benefits, but yeah, I said the main ones are affordability and connectivity for your data.
Okay, Mr. Andrew, thank you. My name is Aaron Ukodie, eWorld News. I thought I heard you talk about the number of customers that are using your technology. 70 million, is it in India or global users? And how many have signed on to your tech in Nigeria since you came in? And I heard you talk about your long-term goal of empowering rural communities. Were you speaking about rural communities in Nigeria? And how, if you have that goal for Nigeria too, how do you intend to achieve that?
Building offices in these non-urban and rural communities is what we call transnational localism, where we're empowering these communities, and we've proven the theory and the way of doing it in India. And so the plan is now, as we grow our regional offices, at the moment we've got Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt. In South Africa that we're building offices in. Once those offices get to a point where they can, where they've got enough resources to then start training staff, then we will then looking at appointing those offices. And we're also really happy to work with the likes of government or large enterprises that want to also put in place these what we call hub and spoke offices, so that they can then employ staff to operate from these offices using Zoho's technology, because our technology can operate from anywhere as long as there's a decent data signal. And so we're really trying to drive that. Then as far as our user count, 70 million plus is global. I don't have the exact number for Nigeria, but I do know that it's more than 500,000 businesses worldwide that are using Zoho's technology. But I will have to get the exact numbers for Nigeria. I'm sorry, I don't have that for you this evening.
Okay, my name is Chidya Beren, I write for eBusiness Live.
I'm sorry, does that answer your question? Or was there maybe something I missed out?
Hello, were you saying something? Okay, my name is Chidya Beren,
I write for eBusiness Live.
My question is on data privacy. What you have here, I know that one of the major issues a lot of companies have today globally is on privacy of data and the mismanagement thereof. I want to know what are you doing in this area to protect the data input from your customers?
And that being a main focus. So Zoho owns and invests in all layers of the stack. So from the applications through to the code, the networking, the hardware, even the data centers, we own and manage, and we have 24-hour security, we have threat modeling, we do penetration tests. We've even had external audits done by an American firm, which actually rated us as gold standard plus for security, whereas one of our closest competitors, which is a listed company in America, their security came out as average. And one of the reasons for that is that they allow trackers on their technology. So trackers is a really touchy subject at the moment, because with those trackers, they're tracking how the users use their technology and they sell it to a third party. It might not be like an email address or a phone number, but it's still, I would say, an invasion of privacy. And also, they shouldn't be selling your data as a company as far as how you use the products. So we've said no to that. We've disabled trackers on our website even. So, we've done that, and we also don't have any advertising on our free versions of Zoho or any of our versions of Zoho, but even the free versions don't even have adverts on it. And then again, we've got all the ISO approvals, the security standards, and then we comply with GDPR, which is the largest data privacy law. It's not only, it's focused on Europe's citizens, but it's going to be applied globally. So there is no jurisdiction on GDPR. If there's a company in Nigeria that's offering products and a service to European citizens, they need to comply with GDPR. So it's really important that companies take it very seriously, because they will eventually have to make an example out of a company that is not within the EU. That might be breaching the GDPR rules and regulations. And I don't know if it's happened yet, but it probably will happen. So, yeah, to answer make sure that our customers comply with GDPR and other data privacy laws.
one more question. My name is David Oladele. I report for Tech Economy. Basically, I want to know what you are doing in the area of awareness to people, the community, the small business owners and the big ones. Just wants to know what you are doing to make your service. All right. All right, my name is David Oladele. I'm business correspondent at Tech Economy. My question is this. We want to know what you are doing in making awareness of your service to the people because I believe many people are not yet aware of what you render. I just want to know the parameters and the measures that you put in place in making awareness of your service and, of course, your products to the people. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Thank you. Bye.